morning.
Morning.
See some faces that I noticed. Once again, so distinguished guests, partners, investors, members of the diaspora, industry professionals, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. It is my honor on behalf of the Real Estate Agency Council to warmly welcome you to Ghana Blackstar Experience Real Estate Talk. This is important seminar on how to buy and finance property in Ghana. We are particularly excited to host investors, Ghanaians in the diaspora, and friends of Ghana who share a common vision building wealth, security, and legacy through real estate. This seminar is both relevant and timely. Across the globe, investors are seeking stable, transparent, and well-regulated markets. Ghana stands out not by chance, but by deliberate regulatory reforms, policy clarity, and institutional strengthening over the past few years. Ladies and gentlemen, real estate thrives on trust. Trust in land ownership, trust in contracts, trust in institutions, and trust in the future of the markets. Ghana's recent regulatory reforms are designed to strengthen exactly these pillars. First, the establishment and operationalization of the Real Estate Agency Council under the Real Estate Agency Act 2020, Act 1047, represents a major milestone for the first time in our history. Real estate brokers and agency practice in Ghana is professionally regulated. This means licensing and oversight of real estate agents and brokers, clear standards of practice and ethical conduct, consumer protection mechanism for buyers and investors, greater accountability across all real estate transactions. For investors, especially those buying from abroad, these reforms significantly reduces risk and increases confidence. For our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, this clarity combined with regulatory oversight means you can invest back home with great peace of mind, and we're happy about that. Moreover, I would like to highlight the critical importance of our regulatory framework towards strengthening anti-money laundering practice in the real estate sector. This is a conscious effort by REACT in collaborating with FIC towards ensuring the adherence of AML practices, which enables us to continuously assess and enhance our practices against international AML standards as we prepare for our third round mutual evaluation exercise starting later this month. For investors, especially those from the diaspora, understanding the importance of AML practices is crucial. By investing in a market that prioritizes these measures, you can have greater confidence that your transactions are secured and that your investments are safeguarded against illicit activities. Distinguished guests, Ghana's real estate sector is evolving from an informal, highly risk environment to a regulated, professional, and investor-friendly market. The reforms we are implementing are not just laws on paper, they are tools to protect investors, professionalize the industry, and unlock sustainable growth. As a Real Estate Agency Council, our mandate is clear: to ensure that anybody buying property in Ghana can do so safely, transparently, and confidently. I encourage you to engage fully and take advantage of the expertise present. Ghana is open for business, and the right information and the right partners. Real estate investment in Ghana is not only possible, it is promising. I thank you for being part of this journey. And I wish you a successful and insightful seminar and a happy new year to everybody here. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And that is really at the core of what we're seeing here. Moving from an informal market to a very professionalized market. And that is really what is happening here today. We're dealing with highly intelligent and experienced professionals here today who are here to guide you towards your property acquiring journey. And I'm sure we've all heard of the stories before in the past, and that is in the past, right? That we are in 2026 this year, and I'm sure Razak will tell you very soon that we've been thinking about 2030 here today, actually, as well. Right, and so we'll move to really toward moving forward towards all of this. And I know I did not introduce myself. My name is Kwesi, and I'm CEO of Seso Global, the Zilla of Africa. And we are here to help you today with my partner Lorraine, right, who is a stalwart in this industry. I'm sure you've seen of her, heard of her, etc. We're going to hear a lot more from her here today as well today. Moving on today, just through the session, we're going to hear from our good friends at Fidelity Bank Ghana. We're going to get the keynote address from Mr. Godfred Atefua, who's the retail divisional director for Fidelity Bank, just to give us a little address to really guide us through the session. Thank you very much. Please stop your bell.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Fidelity Bank. Your mama Kwamba. So it's welcome home. On behalf of Fidelity Bank, I warmly welcome you to our head office and to the opening of the Blackstar Experience 2026 Real Estate Seminar. I know for many of you, this is a trip that's supposed to be short. Either you are here for December GH, or you are catching up with family, or you're trying to pack years worth of connections, which might have been done several years back, just to catch up within a short period of less than 2 to 3 weeks. So I'm deeply grateful that you chose to spend part of your precious Saturday this morning with us, this afternoon, with us at Fidelity Bank as the host. Typically, whenever we sit down with friends during this Christmas, etc., there's a lot of conversations that go on, especially if they are from the diaspora. The conversation typically eventually will turn, from a dream to build a home back in Ghana. But almost invariably, having narrated the beauty of the dream they aspire to convert to reality, the narration now turns to horror stories, where people's beautiful expectations turn into complete horror. I'm sure you all can see where I'm getting to. Usually the story will go like this: I sent home money, breaking my back week after week, sending money home every month over 2 to 3 years. Just build me a simple 3-bedroom house, maybe in East Legon or somewhere in Community 25. Typically, you may get a picture. If you are lucky, you might even get a small video skit assuring you of your house going on steadily. But many a time, you come back home and then you see the real horror story, right? We are all on platforms, old school platforms, and things that people call you, knowing that you're a banker. And please come and you help me. So I'm sure these are very familiar stories. Or the story of friends who would want to buy a property, but the paperwork takes so long and winding. For what reason, you can't tell. Only for you to fly back home then you deal with unending stories of files missing, cannot be traced. Long story short, your land does not exist. There is a silent anxiety that comes with investing in Ghana, especially for our diasporans. It isn't to say a lack of money, but many a time it's lack of desire. It also isn't a lack of desire, but many a time it's a crisis of trust. Who do I trust to help me in this journey? The problem is that you don't want to own a home here, but the problem is that of distance. You try, to manage a huge process and huge projects across miles, tens of thousands of miles, just to have a very humble abode when you come back home to lay your head peaceful. If you don't want to lodge in a hotel or a guest house or whatever. There is always the feeling that you have to be physically be here just to supervise the projects and make sure that things go right. But you just don't have trustworthy individuals enough who may help you to go through this journey. Because you are working hard out there just to fund this dream home, it becomes an opportunity for somebody to also lie their pets with several thousands of dollars. So that essentially creates a social gap for you, a gap where uncertainty lives. That is the problem we decided to solve at Fidelity Bank. And at Fidelity, we look at this situation and we realize that we shouldn't just be a bank that gives you a loan to finance your dream home, but we need to partner you such that it restores your trust and confidence to own a property back home, because we partner dependable, reliable partners who will make sure that your dream comes to pass, either buying new property or building. So how do we fix your anxiety? First, we solve the uncertainty of who do I trust. We have curated relationships with professionals within the industry, like I said, from construction all the way to real estate developers and agents with reputable track records, reputable firms that deliver on their promise. So when you work with us, you are borrowing our due diligence. You are also leveraging our security. Second, we solve the frustration of it takes too long. We know you don't have 6 months to wait for an approval. You are here right now. And that is why we have re-engineered our processes to make sure that whilst you are here, should there be the need for us to support you to fund your dream home, it will be quick and stress-free. We can complete the application process in, say, 4 weeks. We want you to fly back knowing that your home is secure, not wondering if your file is lost in a cabinet somewhere. We also solve the limitation of I do not have enough cash right now. That is why we offer you financing of up to 80% of the property price you are aspired to buy, with access of up to $500,000. We give you briefing room and flexible repayment terms of up to 15 years. So as your age might allow you as much as possible to 15 years, you can finance your dream home and then pay over that period flexibly. Whether you want to buy a place to rent out for income or a place to keep for your own retirement and support both personal use and even family and rental purposes, we support you to finance. In short, we are offering you a verified process We are offering you a team that provides dedicated assistance throughout the home purchasing journey, so you are never kept in the dark. Over the next few hours, and indeed over the next few days, depending on how long you will be here, you will have the opportunity to ask questions, hear practical insights, and understand how property investment in Ghana can be done properly and sustainably. At Fidelity Bank, our commitment is simple. We want to be the bank that understands your journeys and supports you, your priorities, every step of the way, not just today, but long after this seminar ends. Once again, welcome to Fidelity Bank. Welcome to the Blackstar Experience 2026 Real Estate Seminar. We wish you a prosperous new year full of meaningful conversations and the confidence to take your next step towards owning a property back home in Ghana. Thank you and enjoy the session.
Thank you very much for that. It's very enlightening, and you can see that Fidelity is thinking back. One that has sort of really spoken to a lot of its audience, a lot of its clients, and understands what people are really looking for. And I'm very, very glad for that. Those remarks, and I think it sets the tone for today. So I'm going to jump right into my presentation, right, as well. And I think what we'll really be doing here is give you an overview and then start drilling down into it as well, right? And so especially for those who, perhaps need a better understanding of the real estate space in Ghana in particular. I think this will help you run through that very well, right? And so, I think as I mentioned already before, one of the big problems around here has been, real estate debt, the paper-based land registry, a lot of lack of trust and transparency. What I like as well is those rates, are going down very much, especially as what the bank has told you. And Razak will run through it, especially, what that is today with this bank in particular, right? And, with respect to Seso in particular, what we do, right, is really just to reduce these levels of friction in the market, right? Reducing fraud, right? That's a big deal in this market. It's a big reason why a lot of people have not bought property, decided not to buy as well, right? Of course, as well, accessing finance as well is a big part of it. And so you can find our website. I'll share this all with you, www.seso.global, right, where you find properties all over Ghana. What we've done is we've vetted over 10,000 properties in Ghana, checking their documentation, etc. Checking their documentation, etc., before listing them on our site, right? And so just to provide you with variety in terms of what's on offer in Ghana, right? And so, this is, I like to put this out there. Of course, Ghana came through some tough years. I mean, globally, it was quite tough. But I think we are seeing even this year in particular, I think the projections that were done for 2025 were quite correct. And I believe 2026 will be even better, right? And I think what we are seeing as well, in the country is that there is, real hope. I'm sure you've seen inflation has come down, and the city is much stronger as well. And so there's I think very good indicators when it comes to the market today in Ghana, and that's a big boon for anyone looking to invest in Ghana in particular. There are several areas to consider in Ghana in particular, but of course we're in Accra, right? And in particular in Accra, of course, we know that in the centers where the most expensive, perhaps lands are, an acre in cantonments or airports are roughly about $3 to $4 million per acre, and typically you see a lot of condominium type buildings in these areas. But there are areas that are burgeoning as well around it, of course, in and around Aburi, especially to the south of it as well, Yarufa, etc., Rekusu, and also in Kaswa. Kaswa is very popular with medium income Ghanaians in particular as well. And there are areas, of course, to the west that South Pram in particular is a very popular location for African Americans in particular. And so, just running through in terms of the condominium side of things, right? And so, Of course, we have great partners here. Gold Q who offer properties of this particular type of ilk, right? And I think we've all seen it. So, for those that have been here during December in Ghana, not that December, but December in Ghana. For those that have been here, I'm sure you've seen it already, right? The boom in the Airbnb space in Ghana, right? In terms of what's on offer and what people are staying at, right? And so there's, I think, great potential in that to grow even further. Some people thought after 2019, it would dissipate. There wouldn't be any sort of Americans coming or foreigners coming into the market. But today, and I think last year, it was about 2 million total visitors. Whereas before, it used to be a fraction of that, but 10% of that number would be coming into Ghana. And I think that is set to grow even further. And so these units typically can garner a yield of about 15%. Of course, it really depends on where you buy from. So it's very important that you talk to me or Lorraine about this in terms of where you want to buy. And these properties typically start with a studio around $80,000. Some considerations for these, and you can look at it. And some of them, of course, will make a lot of sense to you, but anywhere with noise, and sometimes that is an issue as well, right? In some places, church noise, baby construction. You have to look at the sanitation in the area. Lorraine will tell you a story about the flooding in some certain areas, etc. Those are no-go for these type of investments. Understanding the road network there as well, power supply, and you can also, if you are looking at a little bit of a signs of development. So, is there a filling station being opened up in that particular neighborhood? That's very interesting, especially for land buys, I'll say, but it could be also very interesting for these as well. And of course, the amenities and perks in the neighborhood as well, I think are very, very key. I'm sure for anybody here, you can think of yourself thank you, as a tenant yourself, right? Looking to stay in a place, you want the areas that are a bit more fast moving, easier to connect to various areas. So can you help me with this? Okay, yeah. So in terms of single family dwellings, right? And so this particular development is IR here, similar developments in the OEB Katamanso area as well as Aburi, places a little bit south of Aburi, where especially let's say about 45 minutes, maybe less an hour from the airport, where you find this type of family dwellings. And these are obviously very interesting for those who really are looking to move back home, have a home away from home where their family can stay when they're here, perhaps looking to repatriate back here or retire back here. These are the type of units that are on offer for you. And I would say it's very sorry, I think one slide is visible first, but it's very interesting that what you find is that typically the 3 beds here can cost you about 150,000 or so, depending on where, of course, you go to. Typically, for these, what you're looking for is grounds for your kids to play, a pool, a nice community center, etc. And so, if you're looking for any of those, please let us know, right? And of course, land buy. So with land, I would say there's service land and unserviced land. And service land is definitely way more secure than unserviced land. And with land that is unserviced, I always say it's buyer beware, right? I'll be very, very frank about that. It's very, very important to note that, right? With land that is not on offer in a in a real estate development, it is buyer beware. You have to do your utmost due diligence on these pieces of land, right? Before you purchase them. But we've done numerous transactions in places like Aburi, especially where you can find 70 by 100 feet land for about 150,000 CDs, right, as well there. I mean, Aburi, though, they can go quite high to about 500,000 CDs as well, depending on where you buy it from, as well. And then there's also service land that you can find in places like Apollonia City, which is in OEB as well. And so that's a mega estate there as well, which if you're looking at it future facing, and you can consider that as well. Yeah, so I think that these are just some of the locations where we've sold land to before, where we've done the due diligence. Clients have bought there, they've worked with our lawyers to do their due diligence there, etc. on it. But as I always say, with unserviced land, it is buyer beware. Of course, we're all working towards improving the professionalism, the due diligence, the transparency with respect to real estate in Ghana. But some things are still as is, right? And it's important that we work with the right professionals to ensure that we are making the right purchase. So some countryside homes as well, especially with respect to Aburi, more luxury, for those that have a little bit more in the pocket and want to sort of live quite nicely, as you're sort of especially getting a little older or want a home, just where the family can go to. We have properties like that as well. And typically these you find in Aburi, places like Aburi are typically it, but you can also find, of course, some of these as well waterfront properties. Ada is a very, very big location for this. Ada is, I'll say, the valley of Ghana, right? I like to say, right? And very picturesque area, very beautiful area. And so there are developments popping up there as well. This is a Shark Island as well. You find there, properties hovering around about 100,000 or so in some of these locations. And of course, there's actual beachfront as well. I'll say in Accra proper, we very rarely have beachfront properties. I'm sure you all understand why historically, why it's been a bit difficult to do this. There is now currently, a few estates now, condominium popping up right next to sandbox as well, which you can consider as well. But typically, for beachfront properties, what we are finding is that you find a lot of them in Pram, right? And also in Omafete, right? These are two locations where you're finding a lot of these beachfront properties available. And this is just at a glance, right? And of course, I'll share this deck with you all just to get a good sense. But you can obviously understand the wide gap between the price to rent it in Accra and outside of that. Of course, Accra is typically where everybody is at. Things are moving a little bit. Kumasi is getting some good shine. Cape Coast as well, of course. But if you're really looking at rental yields, it really is Accra. Typically, you're really looking at the center, right? Cantonments, Labwani, Airport Residential. But and I like to just pop this there. I wish I had more recent data for you, but this just gives you a good indication of some of the price per acre in some of these areas as well. And of course, as mentioned, we're in Ridge right now. This is very expensive land we are standing on right now. And in fact, right, as well, right? And typically, this has been the price point. So you find these areas, typically Ridge especially, you find a lot of the high-rise office buildings in these areas. You are seeing some rental popping up as well here, but typically you find a lot of the rentals in cantonments, Labwani, and a little bit of East Legon, especially East Legon, a bit closer to the Accra Mall. You're finding a lot of that available there as well, right? And then there are some other areas. Airport Hills is a little bit of an outlier, just because it's a more newer neighborhood that came up, right? But you also see some good areas as well to consider. Spintex is an interesting area. It's a little bit more commercialized of an area, a lot of warehouses, etc. But you may find something maybe a bit closer to Tema for more residential units there, especially more family-oriented units, similar with Ayarifa. East Legon Hills is a very, very popular neighborhood. It's become very, very popular over the last decade or so. I think a lot of the people who missed out on East Legon decided they would like to stay in East Legon Hills, right? And so I'll just leave this here. I like to put this up here because it's just an opportunity to think about the coast. I always like to say that Ghana really before 2019 was not really a tourist country. It wasn't really something that we did too much at all. But it's certainly something today where there's a massive opportunity to buy up beach land as well, develop something there, resort development, etc. as well. That is a big, big opportunity as well that I see across the coast of West Africa. I'll leave that here for those who want to take a picture. And so that's it really from my side. I'm very, very grateful for your time. Please feel free. You'll find me, of course, during lunch. You can find me, talk to me, ask me any questions you have as well. Right. And I'm really glad to share this knowledge with you. And thank you very much. Cheers. So we're going to move through this now, and as I said, we want to start with some overviews, and then we'll drill down from there. And so, of course, we heard a keynote address from the head of retail banking here at Fidelity Bank, but we want to hear from the guy on the ground, the mortgage manager himself, who can give you a better understanding of the mortgage market, and also specifically of the mortgage products that Fidelity has on offer, right? So again, please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Yes, so this afternoon, I want to take you through what we offer in Fidelity Bank. And basically looking at the entire real estate investments. So we look at the mortgage products, we'll look at other services related to mortgage financing that the bank supports our customers in. So first and foremost, I want to talk about Fidelity Bank. So Fidelity Bank is a tier 1 Ghanaian bank that started its operation as an universal bank in the year 2006. And it's the largest indigenous bank only owned in Ghana. And currently we have over 75 branches and over 120 ATMs. And we are represented in the entire Ghana. We also have a wide range of services that we offer. I'll move straight to the mortgage. I'll talk about this at the end. So why Fidelity Bank? So Fidelity Bank because we offer the best price in mortgage financing. If you need mortgage in this country, the best bank that you have to come in to is Fidelity Bank. And when you come to us, we'll be able to offer the needed support and guidance that you need. Apart from that, we are also flexible in giving the financing to our customers. So depending on your circumstances, depending on your situation, and depending on your income, we can accommodate you to ensure that at least you are able to get your dream home in Ghana and be able to settle in Ghana. And we also offer value for money. So when you come to us for mortgage financing, what it is that we will undertake some due diligence for you to support your work. And we do that on best effort basis. We have some list of developers, some list of lawyers that will assist us in conducting due diligence on the title of the property that you intend to purchase, so that to ensure that whatever you are buying value for money. Okay. And apart from that, we do what we call a valuation of the property for you to ensure that the property being sold to you, you are not being shortchanged, but you are getting the actual value of the property. And so if the value comes in lower than what the vendor is giving to you, we can then come to you and then start a conversation with that valuer to see what we have to do going forward. Then we do also what we call title perfection. So we recognize that you don't have much time to live in Ghana. So after buying the property, we will then on best effort basis also try and perfect it for you. So we do the title perfection and get it registered in your name. And from there onwards, I also give you the other services that we offer after this. Our processes are seamless, so they are simple and stress-free. So when you put in the application, we have a dedicated relationship officer who assists you from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. And they are assigned to guide you with every question and also give you updates on every step of the way. Okay, I'll jump this. So what are the various products that we have under mortgage financing? The first one is what we call the home purchase mortgage. So this is for individuals who actually want to acquire their dream home in Ghana. And you've identified a property, but you don't have the full cash to be able to acquire such a property. Now, Fidelity, we are availing ourselves to you and saying that we can assist you by financing up to 80% of the selling price of that property for you. And then you can then buy that dream home in Ghana and use it either as your primary residence in Ghana or for rental purposes. For those that are residents in Ghana who don't have the entire money to be able to acquire the property, so we have come with a new product we call pension-backed mortgage. So this one is a zero deposit mortgage where you don't need to make an equity contribution. But the most important thing is that you should be someone who contributes to tier 2 and 3 in Ghana. So if you do that, then we can offer you what we call 100% mortgage financing without you making any deposit. So it's called pension-backed and mortgage. Apart from pension-backed, for others too who might have maybe built already but have their property in Ghana, but are in need of cash to maybe buy a secondary property for rental, we do what we call home equity mortgage. So you can release equity out of your existing property in Ghana, and then we can finance and give you up to 70% of the value of the property if your income qualifies you, so that you can use that cash to either renovate or build another property or buy another property, so that you can earn rental income and use the rental income to support the family income or use it to support the repayment of the mortgage facility that you have taken. Then you can also improve upon your house. So maybe the house that you have started building, you are unable to complete, but you want the bank to come in to support you in enhancing or renovating or improving that house. Fidelity Bank is available to also do that. Then finally, service plot financing. So we also recognize that others might not want to buy a completed house. You want to buy a plot of land and then take your time and put up your dream home. Maybe your dream home is supposed to look like a ship, but currently what you are getting, they are all standard houses. So we will help you to buy that service plot by also financing up to 80% for you. And you will then be able to make an equity contribution of 20%. Current stock mortgages. So currently, we offer two main current stock mortgages. We do Ghana cedi mortgage and also US dollar mortgage facility. Now, for anyone who is interested, Fidelity have made available 10 million Ghana cedis for anyone who wants a Ghana cedi mortgage. So if you want it, Fidelity is ready to give you such a facility, and we do that for up to 20 years. Currently, we are offering the best of rates on the market. So what you are seeing now is what is on the market, but we are willing to do 15% to anyone who wants to take a cedi mortgage. Then for anyone going for a US dollar mortgage facility, that one we are making available 500,000 to you, the individual, and then that facility can be given to you. And we do that for maximum 15 years for anyone taking a dollar mortgage facility. Now with this facility, it comes in with two insurances. So you do what we call a mortgage life protection insurance. That is to protect you against permanent disability, critical illness, or death. So in case such eventuality happens, the insurance company pays off the mortgage for you, and you then have your own property to live in with your family. The second one is what we call the property all risk insurance on the mortgage property, so that in case the property is raised down by fire or any natural disaster, the insurance company will reinstate it back for you, and then you will still have your dream home to enjoy. So that is the proposition that we are also offering for anyone that is interested. Who qualify? Yeah, we are looking at anyone who has an income. So either you are a salary earner or you are a business owner and you want a mortgage facility, we can grant you that facility. So it's only to those who earn income. And if you do that, we're more than willing to give you a mortgage facility. Then on the breakdown, we are also saying that we are to look at the cost of the property that you intend to purchase. And it's important that the property you intend to purchase should be a residential property. Okay, and with that, we can finance for you. And the lease term on that property should not be less than 30 years. Okay, so any lease term that you want to, property that you want to acquire should not be less than 30 years. And as I said, when you come to Fidelity Bank, these are some of the things that will help you in, unraveling. Because sometimes you might not know the lease term on the property that you are buying until after you are finished buying, you have gotten a good deal, and you find out that the unexpired lease term might be maybe 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. So it's important that when you pass through the bank, we can then identify this and bring it to your attention. For requirement, as I said, anyone who has an income, and will assess you based on your income and then determine the maximum amount that we can give you. If you don't have an account with Fidelity Bank, don't worry at all. We have a team on standby. And for those that are not in Ghana and are still in the diaspora, we can still get you the mortgage facility. We have a team that can open the account for you virtually and then have the account running for the service of the mortgage. So it doesn't matter whether you have an account with us or you are yet to have one, we can still give you the mortgage facility. Okay, I take some of the slides out. I want to also explain and say that we also offer what we call escrow account services. So escrow account services is a service that is an arrangement where the financial institution like Fidelity Bank becomes an intermediary between the buyer and the seller. So because maybe you don't trust the seller that you are buying from, now you want to be able to ensure that what you are buying, you are going to get value for money. So the bank will then open what we call an escrow account service for you, where we will take the deposits that you have, that you tend to pay the buyer or the seller, and then we will then wait for the seller to fulfill all the conditions that they are needed to fulfill. And then when they are done, we then confirm from the buyer, are you okay with what the seller has done, and are you in agreement? Now we then exchange the land documents with the funds that we face. So we then, if both of you agree that the conditions have been met, then we'll make available the funds to the seller, and we'll then take the title document from the land and make it available to the buyer. So that escrow service we also offer in Fidelity Bank. Apart from the escrow service arrangements, we also offer what we call safe deposit box. So some of you might come to Ghana and you don't want to, after acquiring the property or getting some jewelries or some luxury items that you've acquired here, you don't want to carry it back home, but you want to have a place where you think you have a secure environment where you can keep the land document, your property, keep your valuable items before leaving back to your destination. Now we offer what we call the safe deposit box, where we are then able to you are able to keep your items for you, keep your land documents for you. Even your wills, we can keep it in that document and in that safe, so that any time that you are in need of it, you can easily come to the bank, and then we'll take you to the vaults, and then you can then take and make it available, the document, the land document that you have. So if you look at it, we have a whole 360 services that we offer in Fidelity Bank. Then let me also talk about the other services. Other services here means we also offer what we call financial services. So within the bank, we offer advisory services. So if you have funds and you don't know where to invest, we have also a unit within the bank that can help you invest in your resources in Ghana, whether it is in financial instruments or it's in real estate. And that unit is also available to guide you in where to invest. That is also available within Fidelity Bank. So thank you very much. And then to say that if you are in need of any support in the real estate market, Fidelity Bank is the best bet. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That is a very, very insightful presentation. You can see very well thought out as well, right? Really understanding what the market requires, what the market needs, and this is a good man to talk to during the lunch period as well, right? You'll find him and ask him all the questions you need as well, right? And I just want to also point out, of course, that we will have a tour coming up as well, right? This week, right? And for those that have already signed up or wish to sign up as well, please find my friend at the desk and let us know, right? We're going to have it's going to be very, very interesting. Great people you're going to meet along the way, and also some great properties that you're also going to be able to look at. Give yourself an understanding of what's out there, before you make any property buying decision, right? And so we're really going to be the first day on Jan 5th. We're going to do an inner city tour where we'll be visiting, various properties in and around Cantonments, Laboni area, East Legon as well, a little bit, as well as just in Achimota as well, right? And we'll learn a little bit more about that as well. And then the next day from there, we're going to beachfront properties. We're actually going all the way to Gomafete. For those who have never been there, I think those are the most pristine beaches I've seen, I have to say. Sometimes we don't know what we have here in Ghana, but we have very beautiful beaches. And so there's a very great, beautiful development there as well in Gomafete. They also give out a little donation as well. Those who know Village of Hope, we want to give a little donation to them as well on the way. If you don't need to give a donation, but please come and join us in giving that out, right? And then from there, we'll be going to Aburi, right? That's Lorraine's hometown. She'll talk a lot about, she loves to talk about Aburi. right? And for those that have been to Aburi, I'm sure you understand it as well. It's a very different thing to what we have on offer in Accra, right? It's very different. And it shows you the diversity of Ghana as well, geologically as well. So much cooler air there. You can build a nice little enclave there and you live quite good over there in Aburi. And then from there, we'll look at service land as well for those who also have that understanding. Perhaps people who want to come build communities, right, as well, themselves, right, with their families, with their friends, etc. And want service plots in particular. We'll show you some options there. We'll also show you some unserviced plots. But I always say that is always buyer beware. Even if I am selling it to you, it's very important you work with the right lawyers, the right partners to look at that particular land, right? So moving forward with this, right? And in fact, it's good that I talked about buyer beware. It's a gentleman who will tell you a lot about that today, right? And so we have Kwame can come from Property Data Hub, who's going to give us an overview of the Ghana real estate legal service, right? A legal system. So thank you very much. Please give me.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy New Year. I trust everyone had a good Christmas. Okay. So if you are buying an apartment, a land, a house, whatever you are buying, this knowledge is very useful for you. So first off, let's try and understand land administration in Ghana, and also we also understand a little bit of market insight and data source. So if you are buying an apartment or a house or a land in Ghana, these are the main types of land that we have. So first, we have state land, we have customary lands, we have vested lands. So state lands are lands that are acquired by the states on behalf of the people. So when we talk about areas like Cantonment, Airport, East Legon, most of these areas are government-owned estates. So if you are buying an apartment from a developer, he or she might have got it from the government, developed it, and assigning his interest into it. We drop to customary lands. So these are lands that are owned by the allodial owners. When we talk about the allodial owners, we talk about schools, we talk about skins, and we talk about company. So we have stool and skin lands. When you come to the southern part of Ghana, our chiefs, they sit on stool. That's why we call it stool lands. But when you go to the northern part, the leaders sit on the skin. They actually sit on skin. That's why we call it skin lands. And we have individual families also who own large tracts of land. We have vested lands. So vested lands share a bit of characteristic with state lands, but vested lands are lands which are being managed by the states, but they don't have the beneficiary interest. So they are holding it in trust for people. We need to also understand the types of interests we have in properties or land in Ghana. So if you are buying an apartment or if you are buying a land or a house, these are the main interests that you are likely to have. So we have freehold, we have leasehold, we have sublease. So the reason why freehold is struck out is because pursuant to passing of the New Lands Act, that's Act 1036 in 2020, freehold interest is now barred. The law bars families from creating freehold interest. So if someone is promising a freehold interest in Ghana, you need to double check. If someone already has a freehold interest, he can transfer it to you. But if a family is now trying to create a new freehold interest for you, that one will not work. When your document gets to Lands Commission, they will query it. And by that time, I'm sure maybe 3 or 4 months of your time would have gone. So we go to leasehold. So leasehold are lesser interest. So leasehold are terminable interest. Freehold are perpetuity. Leasehold are terminable interest. So when we talk about leasehold, if you are buying a property, an apartment or a land or a house, you have a terminable interest of maybe 99 years, 70 years. At the end of the expiration, there needs to be a renewal. right? There needs to be a renewal. So subleases are also lesser interest. So maybe a developer will get a land, develop, he or she has 99 years. She will give you maybe 50 years of sublease. It's also a terminable interest. At the expiration, you have to go to him for renewal. If you are buying a property, ownership of land comes from two perspectives: your physical possession and your legal possession, right? You need to understand the process of what goes on at Lands Commission, because that's the state institution in charge of registering your interest in properties. So these are the main divisions. These are the divisions at Lands Commission. So we have the PDLMD, that's the Public Investor Lands Management Division. And their mandate is to manage all state lands. So if you are buying, let's say, an apartment and it's located at Cantonment, which is a state land, you have to go to them for consent processing. You have to go to them for a lot of things because it's a state land. So we have another division called the LVD, that's the Land Valuation Division. That's the state institution in charge of property tax assessment. So if you buy a property, there's a closing cost to it that you need to put your mind to. You need to save some money for that. So if you are buying an apartment worth maybe $100,000, you have to pay 1% as stamp duty. That's a tax that goes to the state. You can't run away from it. So if you are buying a property, kindly save some money for those closing costs. And we have the Land Title Registry. So Land Title Registry is the division in charge of registering your interest. So they will register your land, and then they will give you a land title certificate. That shows that the government of Ghana is also a confirming party that that parcel of land belongs to you. So there's another division called Survey and Mapping Division. If you bought a property or you're about buying a property, you understand there's something called site plan. So this agency is in charge of establishing boundaries, creating surveying pillar points, so on and so forth, for us to get credible data for site plans and cadastral maps. So Mr. Tilford spoke about due diligence, head of mortgaging also spoke about due diligence, which shows how important due diligence is in the property acquisition journey. So when you go to our courts today, about 60% cases in our courts represent land issues, boundary disputes, ownership conflicts, so on and so forth. So due diligence is very important. I believe none of us want to be part of the 60% here. So due diligence, why is it important? Why do we need to do that? So one, you are buying a property from someone, you want to confirm the ownership. Am I buying from the right person? The person selling to me, does she have the legal rights to sell to me? When you do due diligence, you confirm that information. You are also able to check the covenants in the lease. So people who want to buy, let's say, apartments, so there are covenants in every lease. That's the terms and conditions, what the do's and don'ts. So if you are buying an apartment, some covenants will say you are not allowed to bring in pets. So if you're a lover of pets and you are buying an apartment and some of the covenants say that you are not allowed to bring in pets, then you may want to consider your option. So covenants are also very important. In your due diligence process, that information will come up. Also, legal disputes. If you run your due diligence, there are some sections that talks about judgments. Judgment can be at the circuit court, at the high court, or at the Supreme Court. When you run your due diligence, this information will come up. And the lawyer may want to probe. Maybe you have a judgment at the high court. What is the likelihood of the judgment being overturned? Should the other party file another dispute at the appeals court? Will it have a bearing? Will it have a change? Also, when you run a due diligence, you realize that the property is not encumbered. There are instances where people are trying to sell property that they've used for mortgage applications. Knowingly, they are still trying to sell it. When you run your due diligence, you get to know the planning and the zoning status of the property. So for people who are trying to buy lands are zoned for several purposes. So a land may be zoned for residential. Maybe you want to buy it and establish a hospital. That may not be feasible. You may have to apply for a change of use before that can be done. Maybe you are buying a land, that land is already zoned for commercial. You want to put a house there, you want to put a factory there. So it's very important to do these checks, which will give you information about the zoning requirement. Also, when you do your due diligence, you get a chance to check the boundary and size. So I hear people say, oh, I'm buying one plot, I'm buying two plots. My experience in practice, we don't have a standard plot measurement in Ghana. People say one plot, people say two plots, it can mean anything. But 1 acre is 1 acre in Ghana, 1 acre in the UK, 1 acre in Togo. We don't have a standard plot measurement. So it's always important to get a surveyor to check what you are being sold to. So if the person is saying, I'm selling one plot to you, what's the size? Is it 100 by 100? Is it 100 by 60? Is it 50 by 50? Is it 1 meter by 1 meter? You get to check this. Also, there are properties which are government land or subject matter of compensation. People take compensation claim and still try to sell their properties to individuals. When you do your due diligence, you skip all these issues that are ahead of you. I'd like to talk briefly about data sources in Ghana. Getting data is easy, but getting credible data can be a little bit challenging in Ghana. We don't have a central repository where you can query and get access to data to make an informed decision. So you can get data from real estate brokers, you can get data from lawyers, you can get data from contractors, valuers, building surveyors, and building engineers. So I usually tell people data is a spectrum. It can move from bad to really bad, right? So if you are buying a property and then maybe you want to check how much that property is going on a listing platform. In East Legon, someone is selling a property for you, a land for you for $10,000. It's data, but it's a bad data. You know that it's too good to be true. So even though it's a listing portal, it still gives you some informed decision. So one of our core services is we aggregate real estate data to help people make some informed decision. So last year, one of the frequently asked questions was, will the real estate market burst? Is it a bubble? So many apartments coming up. Who is buying? So I was curious myself. And we started crunching some numbers. And then we noticed that from now to 2028, we have over 2,500 plus units of apartment coming up. When you plot from the prime areas, Laboni, Cantonment, East Legon, Airport, you can count at least 7 developments going on with at least 70 units coming up. So what does it mean for investors, people who are looking at buying real estate in Ghana? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for developers? Will the market burst? That's a question or conversation we all need to have. So we listed some questions that we want every investor to sincerely ask him or herself, right? So what are your investment objectives? I think usually people invest in the market on the blind side. When you ask them questions about their objective, they're unable to find them properly. That's why you see people buy properties in Ghana. It's idle every month. Your caretaker will call you. Can you send me £200 for light bill? Can you send me £200 for light bill? So we need to define our investment objectives. And are you satisfied with the return on investments that you are being promised? Are you convinced? Is it realistic? Do you think it's achievable? After deducting homeowners association, common area maintenance fees, service fees, and all those things, is it realistic? Do you have a professional representation? Are you building a house? You don't want to rely on your uncle, your brothers. Most often, it's not an intention or their intention to take a fast one on you, but because they are novice themselves, they lack the ability to identify the right people to deal with. So your uncle, who is not a builder, who is not a contractor, is supervising your building for you. How will he be able to determine that the concrete ratio is accurate? It's not accurate, right? You need to engage the right professionals. And also, whatever information is coming to you, you need to double check, because at the end of the day, the onus is on you to protect your capital. You need to double check whatever information that's coming to you. So these are some of the services that our company we provide. I'll be around if you have any question during the break. I'll be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Very, very insightful. You can see that we have the right professionals there to assist you. And we are very, very serious about what we are doing here for you all. Right? And really the thinking here is that at the end of the day, at every stage of your property buying journey, we have the right people to assist you throughout that journey. Right. And so it does take a little bit of a village to buy property in the right way. Right? It's very, very important to do it in the right way. Speaking about the right way, we are very glad to have one of our key sponsors in this Gold Key to come present to us here today. Gold Key is on the tour, right? And I'm sure if you've been around the Morning Star, you've seen the PwC buildings, the Huawei building, etc. They are one of the top developers here in Ghana, and they offer not just office, but also residential units as well. And so she will lead us through it right here today. So please give a round of applause.
So we'll start with the video. Let me go with that. So whilst we're waiting for the video to play, I'll just quickly take you through in a minute. It was very important. It was very important. It was very important. It was very important for you to visualize who we are as a developer. Please very nice. Good stuff. I'm just by my voice. So, Goki, who are we? I'm going to go through the slides quickly. The whole idea of the slides is just to sort of give you the visuals, details. I appreciate what I'm saying, but I'm not going to go through it as a presentation because that gets very boring. And I hope you find me entertaining by the time. But Goki is a leading real estate developer in the country. We have been in existence for close to 3 decades. So next year, Goki will be 30. We started predominantly in areas like airport, Continent Ridge, so premium development. And somehow, through traveling to meet diasporans like myself, I find that people saw us as a premium brand, more or less. I'm not entering the store because of how it looks. Meanwhile, we are affordable to some extent, but it gave that look and appeal. And even when we branched to commercial, like the buildings you see in the Huawei, PwC, EY, same thing. People either thought PwC Tower was a PwC or EY. They didn't know it was built by Gold Key, and we actually the landlords and they are tenants. But based on that, we diversified our portfolio. We did market research and we're diversifying. So this year going to find us in middle high, because Chado is not really middle income. The prices have gone high. We are going into student accommodation, in which we'll be selling some of the units, and the yields are good for student accommodation, which are guaranteed occupancy throughout the academic year. So as we go through a presentation, just take in who we are, so key, 3 decades, and what we do as well. So in addition to property development, we have a property management arm. So when we just don't build, sell, and leave it to the side, we manage the property, all our properties as well. We have a property arm called Delta Property Managers that manages the entire portfolio. We're into rental of both commercial and residential portfolio, and we're also into furnishing and fit out to our commercial arm. These are some of our tenants, EY, PwC, Huawei, Nestle. So this is both commercial and residential. Our biggest clientele are the embassies and high commissions of different countries. We have Hapag Lloyd, ENS, Africa, the United States of America, biggest clientele for residential portfolio in continents. With the commercial arm, so other developers just do residential. But Gold Key, we do both, which gives us sort of an upper hand in terms of getting clientele for the residential arm. In terms of experience, I'll take you quickly through them. So the video you saw was Continent City about 10 years ago. The roads were not done, so the Gold Key had to do the road, the infrastructure, because if we did not do that, it would have been difficult to get the kind of clientele we have now. currently, when you look at the entire city, which is a mixture of commercial, residential, there's retail space, we have a garden, and we also have a hotel coming up. You realize that what I saw 10 years ago was just a building Huawei. That's the first office, that's our office. And the roads were already done. We're almost done with the residential portfolio. And the pricing, those that were off plan are winning compared to when the roads were done. How the infrastructure changed the entire space is mind blowing. So with our current development, which is Cantonment City Towers in the corner there, also in the city, the pricing was quite different because at the point we started building Cantonment City Tower, the infrastructure was in place. So it gives you the whole off plan versus already built. But then again, it also boils down to your personality. Because I'm a risk taker, I would do my due diligence, I get what I'm saying, and purchase for developer up plan. Because it's cheaper, I'm able to make certain decisions that I can't when the building is done. And I'm able to also sort of diversify in terms of if I get from Gold Key and I want to get another development from another developer, I'm able to because you have a staggered payment plan that spans from 12 to 36 months. So it sort of helps as opposed to paying upfront, which means you're putting sort of all your eggs in one basket. So that's just one of it. So this is Cantonment City. The next slide will show you some of the photos of the development. But what's interesting is that we do have, when we're talking about investing, one of the things I'm beginning to say a lot now is a lot of people are invested in premium developments. Like everybody's rushing to the Cantonment, Airport Ridge. Cantonment, Airport Ridge, Aburi, but diversify, especially if you already have one in Cantonment, one in Airport, we're trying to buy two in Cantonment. Hey. I mean, we know there are a lot of borders in here, but then the thing is, there's so much you can invest in to diversify your portfolio. I spoke about student accommodation coming up, is one of them. Commercial development. If you're interested in investing in commercial, please speak to me because you can invest in one of these buildings. Also, there's industrial and logistics real estate. The e-commerce is made, warehousing and logistics facilities, at its peak. So there's so much to do to diversify. And sometimes, if you don't know where to start, you can always reach out to me and speak to you, reach out to any of us to sort of guide you, especially if you don't live in the country. So these are some of our old residential developments. We have some that span 15 to 20 years. Just go through them quickly. And the interesting thing about some of these older developments when you do a due diligence is that it's great, especially if the developer has something they've already done to experience it. It gives you an idea of how the upcoming development is going to be. Granted, there's some that are new that you can't sort of experience, but that means you need to monitor on a monthly basis. Just don't rely on the monthly reports they're sending you. Just make sure you have someone, you actually do a video walkthrough if you can, monthly, quarterly, just so you once it starts slowing down, red flag, you just start to pause and take a minute. But just make sure you're on top of viewing the development. So in terms of our ongoing development, this isn't shadow, but we sold out quickly without doing a lot of marketing for this. We currently have about 2 remaining that we're keeping because of appreciation. So when we started, we had studios at 59, 99, and I think now they're out in the 80s, and people are buying for the semester. By the time we completed this development, this end of the year, it might be higher. So we have some clients who are on standby because they're waiting for people to release their units, so they buy at a premium. Even if it's 10, 15, 20, they're willing to buy because they see the value of the location. Our current one is the Blossoms. And for those that live in Ghana, I say about 3 months ago, we started a campaign, which I got a lot of calls from my competitors because we are all friends in the market saying, if you're Ghanaian, you know, like, it got key. You're no. People are putting buildings on billboards, you're just putting, writing like, oh, if you live in Charo, you'll be home by now. And it was strategic. Put the places going towards, I don't want to mention those locations, so they also give you the yields. So I got a lot of traction, social media kept talking, and we got people telling us, so this is different type of marketing because, for real estate, people put the fancy 3D that sometimes might not be when they complete the building, look at the 3D, look at it. But like, oh, it's not our fault. We didn't get the curve right. Which, nah. So this is why due diligence is important, because you need to know who. There's some competitors that starting at on the curve. They can't do this, but they managed to get it done. So due diligence, very, very important. So the blossoms, shadow. And we get questions like, why shadow? And I said this in Hamburg, I said it in UK and the States as well. Shadow, I don't know if you asked for prices 10 years ago. I regret it because I did. I moved back to Ghana and we're looking for hot locations and they said shadow. The roads were not done. I went there and they told you the potential of some places. The roads were not done and there were now beginning to think the people selling the land who wanted the carpet started spreading rumors that I'm robbing. So all these things, I'm like, then I got one that said $10,000, which mind you at that time the dollar was about 4 cedis. So 40,000. That's someone's 30 December table. So it was, and then also there was just so much going on there that when you listen to people without the end, like quickly said, now we have a bit of data. 10 years ago it was just difficult getting data. You couldn't even get an e-brochure. You have to physically get a brochure yourself. There was nothing like, oh, I'm selling properties. E-brochures. We had to physically be in America or be in the UK to speak to people for them to know, oh, so you are gold key. There was no referrals because Auntie Amma and Uncle Beku had messed up our translations because they were sending other people's pictures of houses instead of buildings. So we've come a long way in terms of now being able to actually speak to the diaspora, being able to send e-brochures or digital brochures across for them to actually visualize what we're selling. But Shadow moved from this of my 40,000 to 2,000 cities to this year. I don't think it'll be a quarter of a million. I'm really beginning to think it'll be about 300 to 350. And based on what we're trying to do in Shadow, I got calls for competition saying you're coming to swallow the market for us. Because now land is going to go up and the properties as well. So today's the best time to start to invest. So this is Blossoms. It's a huge project. We're starting off with the first phase, which we call this is Blossom Residence, a mixture of studio 1 and 2. We have retail at the bottom. So if there's anyone interested in setting up retail space, please reach out to me. We'll be looking for that. And the interesting thing about this retail space is it's going to serve close to 450 people when you're done. If it's a convenience store, I will not sit in the car to drive further away. Especially if I'm going downstairs to grab water or anything I need from downstairs. If I live here, I'm cutting ties with my hairdresser. If you're the new person here, best believe you're doing a good job. I'm not a lawyer, right? I'm a lawyer. So it'll be interesting to see how the place turns out in the next 4 to 5 years. And when it comes back to the location, why Shadow is strategic. It's very close to Cantonment's Airport Ridge. So if I have a studio in Cantonment selling at about 150, and I have less than, it takes me literally from our office in the EY building, when I have to do viewings, it takes me less than 15 minutes to get to Shadow. Compared to an apartment I sold within Cantonment for 150, you're looking at this starting at $59.99. The yields are better here. The infrastructure now is, some of the infrastructure in Shadow is really newer than places like Airport, Cantonment Bridge. The roads are done. It's 10 years ago and now, huge difference. It's although not very close to the coast, as you can see, its proximity, 5 minutes from Labadi, gets to that tourism appeal as well. So you can, by December next year, when our other development is done, I can probably say that there'll be people taking the space because they'll rather live in Shadow, come to Osu, which is 10, when there's no traffic, like probably less than 10 minutes. Zoom to town for a price or a yield that is better than customers who will charge you double or triple the price. And in terms of being close to the airport, we're looking at 10 to 15 minutes from the airport, and there's been an influx of both residential and commercial in that space. Whether you're looking for residential space or commercial, it's a go-to space. Blossom Gardens is when we designed the building, we thought of splitting the two. So residence was more for fast travelers, Airbnb. People could live there because we have two-bedroom penthouses as well, but that was the thinking behind it. The gardens were more family oriented. So we have a mixture, we don't have studios in there, we have a mixture of 1, 2, and 3. We start selling maybe Q3, Q4 this year. But the amenities we thought about it's having gym, Pilates studio. We just went the extra mile. We did market research to determine what will set us apart from competition, and we make sure we had that in this building. So more photos because why not? Building is fine, isn't it? These are some of the amenities. We have an indoor space, we have a lounge area, because we realize for studios, sometimes because studios, although our studios don't feel like a hotel room, they are much bigger. We can schedule viewings for existing properties. We go when sometimes we want to meet someone downstairs, we needed a lounge area. So we created that. We have a Pilates studio, children's play area, and the list goes on. And most importantly, we have a property management arm that manages everything. So people would say, "Oh, I don't live here. How do I manage this entire portfolio?" I have experiences of, someone I left the key to telling me it was vacant when people were in. That solves the entire problem. We handle everything. It's in my best interest that when I sell to you, I make sure you get the yield as well. So who knows? Might get 5 year lease for PwC or EY partner in there. Some more photos of blossoms. And the payment plan. So we have, 4 different types, but we have one also tailored to you. What we do is we sit down with you. If none of these payment plans work for you, we can sit down to work something out. So based on your cash flows and what possibly works for you. Because I say once you sign that sales or purchase agreement, it's legally binding. So I need to make sure you're comfortable making this lifetime decision. So we have the 25% equal installment for 24 months to 30 months. We have the 60 upfront, 40%, and most of them we have one tailored to you that works for you as well. So ideally, if you bought a 60,000 studio and you took the 20% plan, you'll be looking at 15,000 equal installments for 24 months. If you decided to go 30 months, then you'll be looking less. Well, and in terms of your investment, return on investment, I did 2 types: short-term rental for the risk lovers like myself, that not necessarily because they're risk lovers, but also because they want to enjoy the space. So they come to Ghana every year or twice in a year and want to make sure they don't pay to stay in a hotel or another Airbnb. So what happens is that we assume 8 out of 12 because peak seasons always have your guaranteed December double the monthly rent, sometimes even triple due to demand. Easter same, summer holidays same. So, but you're not guaranteed for short-term rental 12 out of 12. In some cases, people do get 12 out of 12 because if someone takes $100 a month studio for 3 weeks, that's you having about 2 or 3 months of your rent. But just to play it safe and for us to be very transparent, I'm using 8 out of 12, which is I'm giving 66% occupancy. So for a studio of 38 square meters at $65,000 US, daily rent of 65 gives you a yield of 50,000 within that period. This is a yield of 24%, much higher than in Cantonment or Rachel Airport. Same with the 1 bedroom, you're looking at a yield of 22% for $100 a night, 24,000 during the 8 months. I think we missed the long-term one, but I have it in my head for some reason. So for the long-term occupancy or return on investment, using the same analysis, you're looking at about 14 to 16%. 14 for the studio and 16%. Just because the long-term is more stable income. I would say if you get someone to be 2, 3 year, 4 year lease, which in some cases we do get, You just signed some last month of a corporate tenant to take the space for 4 years because the building was right across the Cantonment City, so they were going to be in for a long time. That's the homeowner cashing out. So in those cases, 40 to 16% in the shadow area. Welcome to your new address, the next address.
Wow.
For this, I'll read it. So just go through in terms of what they use future real estate looks like now. Thank you. Oh,
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm actually very much wowed by it. I was actually just there at the cantonment, the PwC building, etc. Just a few days ago, and it's quite true to see what has been done there. I think what can be done. And she's right. I did not mention Chado, and please forgive me for that. Right, because it is really what she told me here, actually a secret that you only heard here from her, right? That is the up and coming neighborhood, right? And you can see for various reasons why it makes a lot of sense. The presentation was actually very thorough. This is something we'll share with you all, but it really does make a lot of sense. And that development looks absolutely beautiful. And once you see what Gold has already done before, you can very much understand that this will be done on time, very efficient, and will be done very, very well as well. So again, thank you very much for that. I want to welcome, my panelists as well on the stage. And just come through for me, please. I just get something. Yes, I very much want to, and I'll have each person introduce themselves. And what I really want is questions from the audience. I want to engage you a little bit. I know you've been hearing from a lot of us, but I understand that you all have questions as well, right? That you may have in the industry in particular, right? And so we'll open it up to you all. But first of all, I want each person to introduce themselves and what they do, so you have a clear understanding of what type of questions you can ask.
Hello, everyone. I'm very thankful to be here today.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Can y'all hear me? Am I loud? Loud? Yes, I'm Albert Allen with Building Inspectors of Ghana. We are the only internationally recognized inspection company here in the market. We've been here for 5 years. Hallelujah. I know a lot of people it's new to them building inspections here in the market, but it's most needed. Hearing all the horror stories, the due diligence, and to never hear building inspector mentioned one time, there's a lot of work to do in this market. We pride ourselves on very thorough inspections. We especially help those that live abroad with some virtual tools. That way they can do remote viewing without having to make trips back and forth from where they're from. We work with some of the best developers, builders, professionals, and so definitely I highly recommend that you guys become familiar with building inspections and make sure you incorporate them in your purchases. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Davida Selby, and I'm the owner of a lifestyle brand here in Ghana. We host vacations and high-end tours for different travelers. This year, we had 17 sold-out tours already. A couple of them were real estate tours. And then myself, personally, I moved back to Ghana about 2.5 years ago. I'm an investor here. I have experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly. I was listening to some of these stories. I've literally gone through everything you can imagine. And thank goodness now I have some good stories to share. But trust, I've been through all of it. I've watched my mother buy the same piece of land in Winneba 3 different times. Myself, I put a bunch of money into a townhouse because I thought I was too known. I knew what I was doing as opposed to the elder people in the family. So I was gonna come and buy an already built home. That was tragic as well. And then now I actually have a house that I actually love and I'm living in Chado. So I'm here to share my lived experience with you guys.
That's right.
Hello again. My name is Ekwa. I head the residential business unit for Gold Key Properties. I think I spoke it.
So hello everybody, good afternoon. My name is Yaba. That's what I do and who I am. So what I do, I'm the co-founder of Ghana Bound. We are a real estate brokerage. We also work with marketing. We're on YouTube, support diaspora with information about acquiring property safely in Ghana. And I'm Ghanaian myself. Myself and my family moved back about 5 years ago this month. And just like yourself, I delved into real estate, made all the mistakes. We built a whole house, and that in itself has been a whole experience. So it's been great to experience anything personally to guide people professionally in terms of what to avoid. So that's what I'll be bringing today.
Hi everyone, my name is Abba Amwa. I'm an evaluation and estate surveyor or evaluator, or the Americans will say an appraiser, it's the same thing. So what I do is evaluation of properties. Also, I give property consultancy, give property advice. I'm also the CEO of BBC Properties Limited. BBC Properties Limited is your one-stop real estate shop. So we do everything from property acquisition, sales and rental, valuation of the property, and even post, construction or post acquisition, such as property management. So this is what I'll be bringing to our discussion today.
Thank you very much and Happy New Year. So my name is Emmanuel Matekole. I'm a real estate attorney. I'm the head of the real estate and infrastructure practice group at Seminole Law Consults. And I've assisted clients, especially diasporans, to acquire land by conducting due diligence, preparing the legal documents, and assisted in some post-closing matters like stamping and registration of documents. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll also have Aburi as well to answer any questions around the mortgages as well. Sorry, I just wanted them to highlight that as well. So please, any questions you may have, or I can get it going, of course. Any questions you have, please. Okay. Let's mention your name.
Hi everyone, I'm Sansi, CC, based in Germany. Quick question on actually the target group for those rentals, maybe specifically for the representative of Gold Keys. You mentioned the studios, etc. And I had a couple of viewings before I came here, actually yesterday. And I was wondering who would actually move in long term into the studios, considering that maybe expats come with their families, etc., just to understand a bit better what we're going for if we go for these rather small apartments, and if there's a large enough target group that can actually secure the occupancy of those properties.
Okay. So usually when I get those questions from my clients, what I do say is that if you get the location right, the developer right, you can get it wrong. It's depending on your budgets. So I'll give an example. For studio apartments, our studio apartments are very sizable. In such, we have a studio apartment that literally, for those with the property tour, you'd see it feels like a smaller one bed or one bed for other developers. So you have people signing long-term leases for that studio apartment because it feels homey. That's for people coming into the country, moving to Ghana, working, no family. This is the first, second job, or maybe, been in the working life for about 5 years. You have that. You have people that even have family, but do not necessarily live here. So do not mind taking smaller space because they'd rather take a studio in cantonments than to get a 4-bed out, which is sort of out of their where they work. That's one. In terms of your yield, what moves faster? If you're starting, I would always advise to start small. Don't start and jump to get a 2-bed or a 3-bed. Start with a studio, test the water, see how that goes. Then eventually a 1-bed. If after the 1-bed you feel like you're a pro, want to move to a 3-bed, fair enough. But you always start small. Start with a studio or 1-bed, see how that goes. Look, test the location. Then you move onto other things. And in terms of others asking, oh, to get the higher floor, you have clients say there's no view in Ghana, so they're not going to support that themselves. You have people that prefer ground floor actually because they don't trust Ghana's elevator. None of the elevators is high tech enough for them. The others just want the first floor because they just want to take one flight of stairs up. So in terms of preferences, you have people with very odd preferences. Preferences that you would probably not even go for. They are going for that. So you can't get it wrong. Just make sure your due diligence on the developer, check. Make sure the location check. Because if you're going to a location that says, oh, they find something, oh, they'll do the roads very soon. There are places in Ghana that for the last 20 years and they still doing the road. It's not been done. And there are places that within the last 5 years completely has changed because the infrastructure has been done, drainage, there's no flooding. Those are the key things. Once you get all those right, you're good.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And yes, we'll get right to you over here. And I just want to note as well that for those who are just a little hungry, lunch will come right after this panel session. And we will have some great presentations as well from Petra, who will talk about the pension-backed mortgage, as well as other products as well that they offer, as well as Old Mutual, who's a leading insurance business here in Ghana as well, to give you some overview of that as well. So just for those who want to know what's coming ahead, please, the question. Yeah. Please tell me your name and where you're from.
Hi everyone, my name is Ruth. I'm based in New York and literally coming from Miami. I'm an investor in New York and Miami markets. So I had a question for Abdul. Based on the interest rates you showed on the screen, it looked like it said for the first 4 years, those interest rates were 10 to 12%, and the rates were, it was for about 15 years for the term for some of those. So what happens after the 4 years? Does it reset to variable? Can I get another fixed rate for another certain period of time? And additionally, you said that it also included some insurance products, right? So you insure the whole property. So how does insurance work? Because if, for example, I'm in a flood zone by chance and something happens, is it a yearly insurance rate? And are there specific insurance products that you guys offer? Just insure the whole property.
Thank you very much. So let me begin with the second one. So for the insurance, is done on your property. So you are looking at the risks on the property. So either fire, natural disaster, or anything that will happen to the property. So in that case, if there's any unforeseen eventuality, the insurance company will raise it back for you. Otherwise, without the insurance, if let's say your property catches fire, then you have to also pay the mortgage facility. So the property insurance comes in to protect you against such an eventuality. So that's it for property. Then the life is actually on you. You know, we can't predict what will happen to you. There could be critical illness, there could be permanent disability. And so when it happens, the insurance company will then pay off the facility for you so that you can then enjoy the property that you got from us.
Is it included in the mortgage? I've read it.
Cost. Okay. No, so this is an annual cost that you pay. So every year you have to renew the insurance by paying the premium.
Let's go. How is it? Because like some markets are kind of not very stable insurance.
Okay. So the insurance premium is dependent on the value of the loan. So for example, if you're doing a mortgage protection insurance and you began with a loan amount of less than $150,000, and then after a year, maybe you've done some principal write down and the value is now $120,000, the insurance is on the $120,000. So your first insurance might be higher, but the second one will be lower because of the reducing balance of the loan. The first one was
the interest rate. You said it's for 4 years.
Yeah, the interest rates. Okay. So you know Fidelity Bank is a customer-centric bank. What we do is that we recognize that we don't want to keep our customers in a tight fix where we give you a variable rate facility, and because of the volatility in the interest rates, you are unable to plan and you have challenges in making the repayment. Or we fix it for the entire duration of the loan for you, and when rates start falling down, we don't enjoy the benefits of the reduction in the rate. So what we've done is that we said, okay, we want to fix it for you for the first 4 years, If you are okay with the current rates, we fix it. After 4 years, we do a review. If the rates have fallen, then you enjoy the benefits of that rate, the falling interest rates. If the rates have increased, we have a maximum cap that wouldn't exceed to ensure that at least our customers are satisfied and happy with the facility that we give them. So that's how come we have it, and we'll tell you the vanilla flavor. So it is fixed in the beginning, and then when the rates fall or there's a change in the rate, we then discuss with you and give you the new rates. But that rate is always capped at a certain maximum so that it do not affect your repayment of the facility. And that will also be stated in the facility letter that will give you. That will also be fixed for the subsequent 4 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. Thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. My name is Evans. I manage the real estate portfolio for Petra Trust. I have a question. Everybody can answer, anybody can answer. The question is, what advice would you give a would-be buyer who needs any of your services, however they are stuck on price? And if you could tell most of them the objection is so expensive, what advice would you give to such a customer?
We'll start from here.
The lawyer. The lawyer.
Well, I mean, this question keeps coming up, and so I have an answer for it. Typically, when people want to buy property, they only budget for the the cost of the property. Okay, they don't budget for protections and stuff like that. And I always say that we are where we are today. The gentleman who made a presentation about 60% of the cases being in court and all of that. We are there today because of our attitude. In Ghana, we do things on an informal level, and everybody is qualified to do everything. So yes, increasingly you are working on transactions where people have made mistakes, like historical mistakes, and you are inheriting those historical mistakes. And the new land transactions are, if you don't correct those historical mistakes, it means that the person is going to lose their land in the future. If you want to be honest. So I can see that this person is in trouble. And yet the person is telling me that no, I'm not going to spend more than this amount of money. And I said, well, what do? You have to inform them that, well, it's either you incur the extra cost or you look for someone who is willing to give you a shortcut. So no matter how you look at it, the challenge has been that we have not been law abiding. And so whenever you take a transaction to a lawyer, you ought to understand that you have to incur some extra costs to comply before you are secure.
To answer that question directly, I think if anyone is complaining that it's too expensive, then they shouldn't even do it. Because the price that you're looking at does not include your attorney fees. And I would say you should talk to an attorney before signing any paperwork. I know it sounds great where it's like only 5,000 down. The number of times I've lost 5,000 down because I didn't talk to an attorney first, I could probably buy all of Chado at this point, right? So if that number, and it's a fair assessment, right? It is expensive. And most people, especially in the diaspora, like when I think about when I still was working in corporate America, I didn't have 80,000 to pay in 18 months or whatever the terms are. It is expensive. And at that point, I shouldn't have even started because I ended up losing so much more than I was willing to because I didn't have it. So I didn't have the money to talk to an attorney. I didn't have anyone to assess the property. And that wasn't the right time. I always tell my clients because like someone said earlier, the biggest thing is trust. And once you've lost someone's trust by just trying to get them to buy anything, you've lost it forever. And I never want my brand to be considered a brand like we're bringing people to Ghana and now we're just shoving other things that they haven't even asked for. Or we also realize they're so excited, so now they're making an emotional decision as opposed to an intelligent decision with the biggest like investment that you'll make is property. We're not buying bicycles, right? We're talking about land and houses. So I always say if anyone feels like it's not the right time, it's not the right movement, or it's too expensive, they shouldn't even get started in it at this time. They should go home, they should really think about it, assess their finances, figure out where they might be able to get the money if they definitely know this is what they want to do, right? So I don't discourage it, but I discourage the timing if you don't have the capital.
Right. So I ask and say that your answer rests with me, the value. So if you're saying that the price is expensive compared to what? What are you basing your assertion on, right? And unfortunately, there are certain properties in Accra that are overpriced, okay? And that is because people don't use the services of the valuer, when pricing properties. Most of the time, you realize that some developers of sellers are a bit emotional. I've had, instances where I've done valuation of properties for certain people, and when I present my reports, they're like, "Oh, it is too low. It is too low." And everybody thinks that property is worth $1 million. So it's too low. Then I'm like, "Okay, this is my professional opinion. I've been trained to do this. So this is my report. What are you basing your argument on?" "Oh, my caretaker said if I'm ready to sell this property, I could get X amount of money." And who has not been trained. So I'm just saying this to say, if you want to know whether the price is too expensive or not, there should be the valuation report, the true value. What we do as valuers is estimate the worth of a property based on methods, based on a true valuer, one who's not a fake, is a member of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. And we have standards, we have methods, processes that we go through to determine the worth of a property. And so if you have a valuation report, that gives you negotiation power. That then becomes your bargaining chip to be able to get the right price. So that you realize that once you've engaged the services of the valuer and the value that they are giving you and the price the owner is asking for, the gap is too wide, you run. Because if you want to do a resale later, you will not get the true market value of the property. So that's what I'm saying, that it rests with me. Get a value. Let them value the property. Then you know the worth, and then you can use that as a bargaining chip.
Yes. Typically for me, when my clients come, it's a little bit too late. It's after the fact. And so a lot of the capital is gone, right? And they're like, oh, trying to get the money back. And, so as a building inspector of Ghana, we have a set service price list. No matter if your home is 1 million cedis or 100,000 cedis, it's the same set price. And the same deliverance of quality of service and reporting. And so I just explained to my clients, the cost for the home inspection, phase inspection is minute compared to the cost of the home or some of the other fees associated with getting the home purchased.
Thank you very much for that. And I want to ask these specific questions to my ladies in the middle from those who are joining us on Zoom. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting about them, but they've been there. They've been there watching us, right? And so please speak up, actually, I think, just so they can also hear as well. But these questions, it's 2 questions that are similar, really. You can both take this on. One question from Michael in Zoom. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. There's a large amount of concentration at the middle to top end. How concerned are you about the oversupply and eventual market crash? And I'll take another question, which again is a little similar. Ghana has a significant gap at the middle to low end of the market. Have you seen profitable models that serve that segment? And so these are questions to you, 2 ladies in particular.
Okay, so the middle to high end, yes, there's a high level of things coming, properties, units coming up. We've already seen the numbers. Between now and 2028, we're looking at approximately 2,500 units alone, right? Now, remember that Ghana is very green. Accra is still very green in comparison to some of the developed areas, hence why investors have their eyes on Accra. So right now, from a brokerage point of view, the demands that we get are for apartments. We're looking for whether it's someone who wants to move and relocate and live. They want apartments, townhouses that are new, that are modern, that match what we have in New York, in London. If you look at some of the prices we have here, it's significantly lower than what you would get in those cities, which is why people are deciding out of everywhere in the world, this is where my money can go furthest. Apart from quality of life and climate, it's the cost of the property itself. Is there an oversupply? I don't personally think there is yet. Like I said, it is very green. Now, I've had, because we're also on YouTube promoting properties that are safe to acquire in Ghana. People have contacted me and said, you are selling off all the land in Ghana, me. Me. And I said, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a lot of land in Ghana, but the demand is very much in our city centre, which is Accra. Why? Okay, so it's the hub, it's where we have the headquarters, that we have this building. Also, we have a lot of tourism that happens here. And also, it is the most familiar to diasporans who are coming here. Imagine landing for the first time, which some people do, wanting to move to Ghana, and then they end up in Sunyani, and they're like, I don't even know where to start. Let me just rely on, whoever's in the community. It's very unfamiliar. So Accra is one of the spots where people are really flocking to. So that's to answer the first question. Don't know about the
So I completely agree with you. I was hoping you wouldn't go the other way, because I always have to debate with people, even some very close friends that they're like, oh, it's because of the real estate, but we're nowhere near oversupply. It looks like that because you see like only a street that was empty now, high rise and whatnot, but 10 years ago, all we had was Bellagio. And then we had Polo Heights popping up. You didn't see much of any high rise building just 10 years ago. So how do we oversupply? I mean, you're looking at Ghana becoming like a tourism hub. I've got calls from people that have never. I just know them from undergrad or grad school, and then they're like, "Oh, you're the only one we know in Ghana. We're coming." This is someone that's from the Caribbean, someone that's never been, but just wants to be here, and they want to actually invest. It tells you that we're nowhere near the oversupply. It's very easy for people to say that because there's a lot of, anytime I pass by these buildings, the lights are all off. There's nobody living. But trust me, I have clients that want those lights off because they want their penthouse empty. They want their studios empty because some are buying for their kids, and their kids are not necessarily here. COVID brought a lot of virtual working, so they're traveling around. So others would want them to be used during short-term rental. Others will say, please, I want it empty, based on past experience. So the lights sleep off doesn't necessarily mean that there's no one in the building. It's sometimes specifically like that for a reason. The way the lawyer is looking at me, I don't know.
Yeah.
Say, just get away.
Hey. How are you?
Yeah. So I completely agree with you. We're nowhere near. There's so much more. And like I said, in terms of diversifying your investments, you're just looking at there's so much when it comes to tourism. There's so much in terms of ancillary. And again, I'll say 10 years ago, we didn't have that many restaurants. But look, everywhere you go to see matcha, boba, the new craze. There's so much more. In Ghana, if you want entertainment, what is it's apart from food, what else do we really have? It's like you have Bliss coming up and a few entertainment spots, but there's so much. We need parks, we need lots of greenery. There's so much more. And when you look at continents from our office, there's so much green, like you're saying. You can't even believe there's that much land. So 15, 20 years more to go for middle high. There's another question. I'll just start the other question middle. Really and truly, when you talk about the 2 million deficit in Ghana, there's so much more we have to do. A lot of developers, I think the developers are just waiting for one person to go and test, then they follow. I realized Clifton Homes just started the coastal, and I can just see how developers are just waiting to see how that goes. Because you have a lot of people that we do the market research, and based on market research is how you move. A lot of developers, some do it, not all, but some do it, and it's based on that we release a product in the market. And we're doing accommodation, we've been doing the market research for the last 10 years. So we're not just stopping with student accommodation this year, just out of the way. I was really part of the team that started from the beginning. So the void and the university in Accra, we went to Kumasi. They're offering land to developers. But when you do the numbers, compared to the middle high, it's not making sense. But that's where we need help. So when it comes to low to middle, most of the countries that are advanced, there's always help from the government. So we're trying to enter that market. What's so key in that space? Because we're moving not just the middle high, middle as well, student accommodation, and who knows, eventually low to middle income housing as well. But it's just that the numbers sometimes without help from the government, it doesn't work. But as soon as the incentives, you realize more developers will be moving to that into that space. There's also a question of build to rent, which due to trust is very hard for developers to say, I'm done, take the key, and we pay in. When that happens, especially because we don't have a proper credit. So baby steps, we're getting there. 10 years ago, there's so much that didn't exist that exists now. So let's just watch this space.
Well, thank you very much for that, and that makes a lot of sense to me. And to be honest, you are exactly right. I don't think there's a not yet. I myself lived in Toronto. I saw the skyline grow, and trust me, every time they said, "Oh, when will it stop? When will it stop?" It did not stop. Now, I have to say that for a fact, Ghana today we are very lucky. There's a big spotlight on the country. Ghana is very safe. It's much safer than most places. Good climate, good people, very good food as well. And as I was told by someone in the hospitality business, if Ghana was just a little bit more serious as a country, to be honest, we would be at the top. And I like that it's starting here in this office today. So I want to have my madam here give a few questions.
My name is Dr. Lenora Hayes. Yes. My name is Dr. Lenora Hayes. I officially moved here on the 24th of October, 2025.
Come on.
I actually managed to find a place to buy for over the last 2 years. So here's my question for you. Well, statement and then question. So the online environment is very cloudy, and it's very difficult for you to be able to find information. In the 2 years that I have been going through the process, I've had 3 realtors, and I know for sure that when it comes to my experience, when the seller realized that you are from the diaspora, specifically America, the prices go up $20,000 to $40,000 off the bat. So is there a website that we can go to that discusses, that has up-to-date, accurate information about developers, builders, products when it comes to finances? If a location is a flood zone or anything that's like that we can go to and to be able to sometimes do research. Me personally, I understand that this is not America, that this is Ghana, but it's more easier. And I've gone on different websites and realized when I'm asking questions about properties that the information is not even up to date, right? Or that there's a big enough database where the realtor can go beyond what's on their website, but other places, in order for us to be able to have a larger pool, as well as that for me as a diasporan, why should I, just because of where I'm coming from, that I have to have an increase of 20 to 40,000?
Yeah. Got a lot of claps on that.
Good point. And you led this with saying, you started with approaching 3 different realtors, and which is great to start with professionals. And as professionals, there should be a level of confidentiality where the seller doesn't know anything about you at the point of you understanding the price of the property. So already looking at the levels of professionalism that have changed within the last 3 years, with the real estate brokerage side, we have the Real Estate Agents Council, which, our CEO was here earlier talking about how do you find the professionals first of all. So all the way, everyone you see here, we are accountable to a specific body, we are accountable to the government, and we have our website so you know who to find where. So my name, if you're looking under the Real Estate Agency Council website, my name is there, my company is there, the Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers, and everyone here has their version where you can find and vet and make sure that you are working with the right people. Now, when it comes to pricing, again, the professionals will confirm if the property price is indeed based on the value. Now, whether your guys scoring or not, a set price is a set price. If you have any concern that something's been added on, then you have to confirm it with the valuer. You mentioned something really valid here, which I think a lot of us professionals are struggling with, is the lack of data and lack of having one place, just one place to start. However, if you're going to your lawyer, who is generally your first, one of the main points, they have their data. The valuers have their data, and us brokers have ours. We are very collaborative in this real estate space. We know each other. We all know each other very well in some cases, and we literally recommend where to find information, where to find trusted information. Like you just said to me, we're not there yet. We don't have one space, but we have many bodies and professionals who are making sure that they're sourcing data. So as a broker, we don't just broker for, come and buy this property or this property. We literally show you where to find the professionals as well in terms of where to start.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Oh, let me ask. Very quickly. Okay. Yeah. So again, I come as a valuer, and I'm saying that if you can hire somebody, one person, to do all the legwork for you, and that is a valuer, right? So what we do as valuers, we compare data, like you said, and there's a method of valuation called the PLC method. We value the land, value using comparables and all of that, and then we value the structure on it, we add it, and then we get a value of the property. And quite apart from that, in a valuation report, it is like a comprehensive detail of any property. So in a typical valuation report, you can have, I have one here on my phone. You have pictures of the property, right? Pictures of the property itself. You have pictures of the neighborhood, the roads, okay? You have pictures of the constructional details. It's stated as well as captured, It has all that, and it has a property risk assessment in the valuation report. So by just picking the report, you can see whether the stability of the property is good, very good, average, or poor. User flexibility, user conformity to the zoning regulations of the area. There's a location. It gives you like a pin of the particular the subject property you're talking about. It gives you a schedule of accommodation, number of rooms. There's a lot that goes into evaluation report. So by just speaking, I'm one of the people who's a stickler for diasporans coming down to view the property at least once before they make a purchase. But let me tell you that if you have a valuation report, right, it gives you 80 to 90% of all you need to know about the property even before you come down. Because even the title documents are in there. We ask for that. So it will be a red flag if you have a valuation report and there's no documents. That is a fact. Then you know that even as a buyer, that is a red flag. So it's a comprehensive report and guide you and give you also the words, so that you're not shortchanged because you're a diaspora.
Is there a way? I'm sorry to is there a buying guide 101 where it has you a checklist of these are the things that you should be doing, like get the attorney, get a realtor, and these are the emails that or websites with the actual address that could be given out to people. Because if I had asked this question, I still have no idea about the information that you and the other panels that have discussed it, right? So if there's a way that that information can be given out to people so they know, okay, this is the checklist. It's like following a recipe, 101. These are the websites that is highly recommended or encouraged for you to be able to research, because you're still assuming on somebody else doing a good due diligence. I had an attorney, I had a nightmare. You know, I had relatives, I had a nightmare. You understand? So my thing is that we have something that is us doing our due diligence or to check the checker. As I'm retired military, we believe in this thing that's called Trust or Verify, right? So what is something that you give us that has this list of stuff that has also these different websites in order for us to validate or to check the checker?
Thank you very much for that. And Lenora is exactly right. And of course, we do our best with respect to the properties that we offer there by offering a bouquet of different property options there. But I think what she's saying is very important, which is even in terms of highlighting all players in the market. And certainly, of course, as you can see, we work with several players in the market here, but even having that directory in terms of the people there, I think is very, very key. And I think it's probably even a stepping stone for us in terms of our platform and adding that as well, right? Up there, right? Sometimes, of course, as you said, like you said, check the checker, right? Because I have also, I'll be very honest with you, you offer someone to someone and then they let you down.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, it's on me, So what I think is important that we have a community of check the checker. So even that's why I even talked about unserviced land. I would say it's buyer beware. I can offer you the land, but it's important that you check it all. And so I can offer people to you, but it's also important that you check them as well. And that perhaps, as you said, there's a platform where people can see, okay, the ratings of certain people, right? And has this person done this for me, etc. So I take that into consideration for our platform. I'm sure others are thinking about it as well. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer. I relocated to Ghana a few years ago. I hold dual citizenship with Ghana. I live in Shadow. I'm interested in buying in Shadow, and I want to buy into a development. And so I'm curious, after the sale, what are like the monthly and annual fees? How do property taxes work in Ghana? For the Gold Key, are there monthly service fees for the developments, et cetera? Are there any other monthly or annual costs? And then Davida made a point earlier about if she would have engaged a lawyer earlier on, it would have helped prevent you from losing money. What would a lawyer have caught that you didn't catch? Yeah. And for people who are buying into developments, as a lawyer, how do you work with people who are buying into developments?
So I'll start with the travel one. So I think in 2024, Q4 2024, 6% tax was introduced on purchase. A lot of developers were silent on it because for some, what they do is when you see 69.99 and you plan the budget to your head, because it's so long, there was no tax on it. When they send you your first invoice, it's like, what's the 6% for? It's a new tax that's been introduced. So please be aware of that. Because the developer doesn't want to add the 6% because it increases the price, and then, in terms of competition, that's the first thing. So I always make sure, based on past experience over the year, that I let you know there's 6% added on that $59.99. The second thing to realize is that if you're buying for investment purposes, it's 8% on residential properties, 15% on commercial. So you add that to your numbers as well. So that's why Peku mentioned that when you purchase a property, let's look at the budget, the 50,000 you have, the added cost. Property management is another thing. Whether you want the homeowners who agree for other developers, they have to come together to agree on who's going to manage the property. In the case of Gold, you already have a property management arm. once you buy the property, in the sole purchase agreement, it states there, sometimes silently, that's when you're a lawyer, that by virtue of signing that you're part of the homeowners association. And you are, I mean, it's a collective because these are apartment complexes. And there are fees you're supposed to pay, stuff like that as well. So once you sign the agreement, out of excitement, which a lot of people do, and that actually delving into it, know that from the time we hand over the monthly fee starts. In terms of monthly fees for child, we have tentative, if it was customers, I can tell you, for Quackers, we're charging between $150 to $400, depending on whether the penthouse or studio or two-bed. So depending on the unit size, it's different. For child, you're looking anywhere from $100 to $200, depending on whether it's a studio. And in terms of property management, this covers landscaping, common area electricity, common area water. It covers security. It covers maintenance of the elevator. It covers fumigation, quarterly fumigation. It covers trash removal. So everything basically that if you lived in your own standalone house, you'd have to pay. It covers diesel to some extent for the generator, I mean, maintenance of the generator. So all of this is covered. It's covered in that, and that's why the sales person is so important because it's in. So you definitely know what your money is going to. And based on the homeowners association that's set up, you communicate to the property manager and you know what is being spent, what your money is going into. So it's a very transparent process as well. That's easy for both, like not other developers. Yeah. So I think all the extras.
Is the property tax a one-time fee at the sale or is it annual?
Okay, so the 6%, you pay that, and you have the stamp duty, which is 1% of the entire, which you pay when it's time to when we give you the sublease and you're transferring to your name. There's 1% of the total cost. The stamp duty you also have to pay, but you don't keep paying that. It's a one time.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm scaring you guys. That's the question that I would say. I'll say one of there's also the ground rent and property tax, but that amount is. So I'll give an example for one of our properties. A 2-bedroom in Cantonments. I think the times for the entire year. In fact, they set up the bill for 2,000 cedis. Then he's paid $2,000. It's so much. It's actually 2,000 cedis. So it's annual. It's an annual fee. But it's not a very huge amount. So you see, we sent him a 2,000 cedis bill and he paid $2,000. We're like, no, it's so that's the property, ground rent and ground rent and property rate.
Determined by the
Last,
assembly.
Yeah, it's determined. So that doesn't compromise for the assembly.
Thank you very much.
It's not a lot, it's not determined.
No, don't worry. No, thank you very much. So I think we'll take a 10-minute break. Please, I hope you've gotten your food. If not, please raise your hand up and someone will get you some food as well. We obviously have a great panel as well coming back soon as well with respect to the diaspora perspective on buying property here. So I think you want to wait to hear from that and also hear from Old Mutual as well as Petra. So please feel free as well to yourself. I'm very, very grateful to the panelists. They're a very esteemed panel as well. And there were some great questions that I
I'm all by myself, but I'm able to make sure it's not safe. No, on the other side, I go with I love it. So I everything he did. But yeah.
Okay, ready? That's where the shadow smiles. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being tonight.
The land that I'm looking at buying.
How much is it?
So it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Right
we have a
behind.
restroom. It does be outside on the right hand side. Receptionist will show you. And please do meet somebody you haven't met before. Interact as well, network. For the rest of this afternoon, we do have recycling panels for diaspora and so how they have experience real estate here in Ghana. I will be sharing those highlights as well. Please do not stay around. We have some networking real estate for as well in the evening. It will suit some things to walk around.
I should have said to you, Mom, I've never said to you, like, hey, you know what? She won't be, you have a lot of fun. Okay, when
I like what you are doing. It's very Also, your own something. We don't know. I mean, I didn't know this. Wait, it is very good. But information, just about that. Yes, do you know that my name is Yao. I'm a broker in Dubai. I'm learning how the system works because in Dubai everything is. We have for the data. The land is there. I don't need a lawyer. I put this land in there. I buy it from the and then everything is there. But I think you have my experience. All the property. Don't eat how much it is. You know, so it's a long way, but I think we're getting there. So I'll send you for somebody.
Everything I want. Bring us tomorrow. I don't want to choose a stuff. I might be buying I will say, imagine you bought a house. So we're not finish that thing. Okay, go to get out of the way. And then that's my shit. Medium. So it's a good story. So I'm just gonna find. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. I can see the energy in the room. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. I can see the energy in the room. Please sit down. Please sit down. I am begging you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Yes, I need some help. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Yeah, please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. There's some great conversations happening. There will be more to come. There will be more to come. Thank you very, very much. There will be more to come. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody. Please sit down for the second part of the presentation. As we said, we have many great presentations to come from Lorraine herself, of course, from Petra, our partners, from Old Mutual as well. And we have a great Asmara living as well, the fantastic Aburi development that will take you all to as well. And then a panel session where we'll engage again with the questions. I actually really enjoyed that panel session as well. So I want to give the floor to Lorraine. I want to give the floor to Lorraine, right, in her wonderful green attire. Please check that out. And she. Yeah, and she'll just give us her presentation as well. Lorraine has been in the trenches in Ghana real estate. She's going to take us through her journey. Please, so the floor is yours.
So much. How's everybody today? Thank you so much for coming. Wow. I was everything I'm getting Ghana close. Wow. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. Also, thank you to our hosts and our sponsors. Thank you so much. For the second time you've welcomed us here. So we appreciate allowing us to come back as well. To Gold Key Property, to Asmara Living, to Old Mutual, to Petra, to everybody that supported us as well. We do appreciate it. So to Baldy, where's Baldy guys as well? boldly from Germany. They came to support us as well, so appreciate it and all the support from you guys as well. We had also earlier on the CEO of the Ghana Real Estate Agency Council, so we also appreciate support from the council as well and everybody else that has sponsored and supported us, Accra UK and everybody else as well. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit about my experience. If we can move on to the next slide very quickly, please. The clicker. If I can get the clicker. Get the clicker. Brilliant. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Lorraine Wright, and I'm going to be going through 5 steps for you to purchase property in Ghana. Now, we've spoken a lot today. A lot of people have shared their experiences, so I'm not going to dwell on those, right? Because I think we've gone through, Fidelity shared a little bit about some of the mistakes that Diasporans made. Data Hub, who have also been supporting us for many, many years as well, has shared a legal landscape and are very knowledgeable in a legal space as well. We've also heard from Gold Key, we've heard from Seso Global to share the landscape here. And Seso Global, can we give a round of applause to Seso Global? They are incredible. We've been working together for many years as well, and Berkul and the rest of the team, Daniel and Co, have been supporting all the work that we do in this space. So, imagine you enter into Ghana, like many of you have come to Ghana for the first time, and you decided to buy a property. This is one of my earlier properties I purchased. Now, really excited, I decided to remortgage my house in the UK, release some equity, and purchase a brand spanking new property in Ghana. That was my desire, and I made it happen. Right? So this is the house. This was the front of it. It's one of the first properties I purchased. And then I decided, let me get it out, right? My strategy was to have it for investment purposes. My strategy was to rent it out because I was not spending so much time in Ghana. I wanted to find tenants. But I said, let me kit it out. At the time, it was very early. This was 2014 or thereabouts when I purchased it, or 2015. And, you know, I was ignorant of the fact that you can get good quality products here in Ghana. What I decided to do was to buy a TV in the UK, to wrap it up with fragile sellotape, and then take it on the plane with me into Ghana. So you can imagine, when I got to Accra International Airport, what happens? With not even broken taxes. Taxes. You know, taxes. You can move the slides back a couple of slides for me, actually. So fragile slide, it's just going forward. So that happens. So I was very ignorant of the fact that, you can get good quality products here. I was like, it's going to be expensive, or it's not going to be the product I want. Do I want Hisense, or do I want Sony, or LG? You know what I mean? That's what I decided to do, to buy that. And so, got to the airport, and then immigration officer or customs officer said, come and follow me. You know, when you can't tell yourself, come and follow me. Say, master, what's this? I had to call a few people, and I'll tell you, how we do it here in Ghana, and try and find a way to reduce the bill that I had to pay at the airport. So I purchased the TV, I brought it here, and then I kitted out the property, and it took me a while, actually, to get some people into that property. But I finally managed to get some tenants in there. I got the tenants, they were comfortable, they were, okay in the property. By the way, I had mortgaged the property. So the property was on mortgage, and so it was great to get Fidelity share about the mortgage. But I did not do my numbers well. I ended up paying for somebody to live in my own house. Can you imagine? The mortgage price repayments was substantially more than the income I was getting from my tenants. Okay? So I'm paying for somebody to live. Does that even make sense, guys? So it just goes to show some of the ignorance I had at the time, not doing the calculations. However, a lot of the ideas that I had was about long-term appreciation. So I was okay. I was like, this is a long game, right? And most property in Ghana is a long game, if you can afford it at that time, okay? So I get tenants in, and then I get a phone call. Madam, the sink is broken. So it's like, okay, how did the sink break? How many people watching the sink break? Okay, fine. Okay, come through. Okay, 3 people see the sink break. I didn't think that was normal. I was like, what does it take for a sink to break? Are you sitting on it or you jumping on it or what are you doing? You know? And so when I received that phone call, I was like, okay, let me go find somebody to come and fix the sink. Let me sort it out. So we got that sorted out and, you know, lo and behold, I was like, okay, that's sorted. Then I get another phone call, Madam, the curtain rail is falling off. It's like, okay, so this one too, you're coming to pull the curtain or what? You know? And so I was like, okay, let me go and get it fixed. Then next, I get another phone call. Madam, the AC is not working. So I speak now to the developers. Developers tell us we should buy a transformer. I said, huh? Us homeowners should gather together and buy a transformer. Did I have that in my budget? I was like, wow. So what has happened is that in the area, the property that we built in that area, the capacity was not planned for the transformer that they were hopping onto. So new developments were coming up all the time, and hopping onto one transformer, meaning there was over capacity. So now there was not enough AC to power our units, the capacity, the strength of it. I was like, wow. When I'm buying a house, I also need to add budget for transformer too. I was like, wow. Then I get another phone call. It doesn't stop there. Our little friends join us in the property. So now we're getting fumigators to now come round and, you know, spray so we don't have cockroaches. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then next, Madam, I can't get into the property. The road to the property now, we can't pass. So now this issue is now a problem for me. And then they say, Madam, we paid for swimming pool, but the swimming pool too is not being cleaned. Somebody can reference you can relate. So all these problems were on me. All these problems were on me. And the tenants then move out, and now you're left paying the mortgage. I want to share that with you because this is some of the first experiences that I had entering the market and not trying to understand everything and some of the risks involved when it comes to buying property and budgeting accordingly and thinking about what sort of things could happen when you buy property. I didn't plan to buy a transformer, you know? I didn't plan that there was going to be a situation where a sink would break. I mean, who plans for a sink to break, you know? So these are some of the things I want to share with you, just to enlighten you in terms of what it means to actually work with great developers, to go and check out their previous developments, to understand more about the location that you're investing in terms of the waterlogging situation, for example, the road conditions, what it takes, what it means when I talk about getting warranties and ensuring you have warranties in place. So all of these things are super important. And the reason why I share my story on social media is because I don't want individuals like yourselves to be in the same situation I was as well. So now I've learned my lessons. Now I've built up my property portfolio here in Ghana. Here's just a couple of the properties. Some of you might have stayed at some of them, some of the Airbnb. Oh, guys are moving fast. Okay, we'll move. Anyway, but I've learned from those lessons and I still feel like it's highly valuable for people to invest here in Ghana. Now, by show of hands, I want to understand very quickly who we have in the room. So number one, I would like you to let me know by show of hands, you don't live in Ghana, but you're looking to get passive returns from Ghana. Okay, there's a few of you here. Okay, great. Number two, put your hands up by show of hands if this is your first property purchase in Ghana. Okay, quite a few of you, right. Next, by show of hands, let me know you started looking at property, but you feel a little bit stuck, you don't know where to turn to. I mean, you guys should not be putting up your hands because you are here now, you know exactly who to turn to, okay? There was many Abba, Yabba, Property Data Hub, many people here, Kwame from Property Data Hub was here, so you should know who to go to, right? Put your hand up here if you have a family house, you've seen your parents suffer, sending money back home year after year, and then building over time. Maybe Uncle Kwame squandered the money, he started building his own property with your mother's money, you know? Okay, a few of us can relate to that. Right. Number 5, put your hand up if you're serious about buying, but you don't know how to finance the property or structure payments. Amazing. Okay. But now Fidelity Bank are here, our sponsors, so you can have a conversation with them and you can find out more about that as well. And lastly, you found a property you like, but you don't know essentially how to do the due diligence on that property. Have any of you found properties you like, you haven't moved forward just yet, but you want to kind of look at how to do due diligence? I can never pronounce that word. Say it for me, please. That's important. The most important word for today is that word. Great. Okay, so here's a quick case study. I'm not going to name who this developer is, some of you might already know who that developer is, but there was a huge story earlier in the year. This is still something that's very much early in the year. We're in 2026, wow. Last year, wow. Last year, 2025, there was a huge story. A developer, unfortunately, did not, how can I put it, fulfill their obligations for the buyers who had committed all of their funds for properties, but unfortunately, years later, those properties were not completed. Okay, so there's now a court case where there's a number of these for buyers are going through a $6 million court case with these developers. And here there is progress, so it's not all bad, but it's just to let you know that there are situations like this. You have to be very, very aware of what's going on in the market as well. So very quickly, why I do what I do? It is essentially these four things. Number one, does anybody know what 2.5 million stands for? I know some of you that have been to a previous event, you'll know this, so please do not mention. For those of you that haven't, take a guess, hazard a guess, 2.5 million, what that stands for, what that represents. Yeah. I think a couple of you know. Visitors? Visitors! That's December visitors, kind of wishes. I'm going to get out there. I mean, we'll get there. It's the housing deficit. So I think somebody mentioned it earlier on, right? There's a 2.5 million housing deficit here in Ghana. That's primarily focused at the local market, the affordable market, and the market that I hear at the moment. So I really urge every single one of you, we do what we do here, Global Night, Seso Global Night, to really open the window of opportunities to many diaspora buyers to help us in our very small way to close this gap for local people here. I know we speak a lot about prime locations, we speak a lot about markets that are more in the kind of like luxury market, but there is deficit. And if we can come together as a community as well to help to plug that gap, I think we can help to try in our small way to reduce that number as well. So that's one of the main reasons why I do what I do. Number two, generational wealth. I think most of us put up our hands when we know about how our parents have purchased property and built property. And most of you will be inheriting those properties. That's generational wealth. So we should also have the ability to do that for our generations to come as well. Number three, higher yields. I always ask this question. I think you said you're from Miami, right? So in Miami, can you give me a rough estimate on what a one-bedroom property in downtown Miami would cost to buy?
1 million to 1.5 million.
1 to 1.5 million. Okay, and yourself? You're from New York, okay, so Manhattan. How much are you paying for the apartment? Let's do so for an apartment in Manhattan. What's a one-bedroom apartment going to look like? 1.5 billion. Wow. German for where are you? Hamburg. So Hamburg, one bedroom apartment in Hamburg. How much is it? Oh, where's Mr. Jeff? Where is he? Can't see where he's going for one. Jeff, one bedroom apartment in Hamburg. How much?
And for Berlin probably 600,000 euros.
600,000 euros. Okay. Of course, yeah, Netherlands. How much are we charging? Okay. So in major markets across the world, we're paying at least $500,000 or the equivalent to buy a one-bedroom apartment in that country. And for all those locations you've mentioned, your yield percentage will probably not exceed about 8%, 6 to 8%. Okay? Here in Ghana, okay, and please, I do always put out a disclaimer, so it does depend, right? On average, your yields for properties that will come in at a lower price than the $500 property entry price, you can get percentage-wise higher rental yields, okay? So you potentially could invest for lower and potentially get higher rental yields net. This is the net out. Of course, there are seasonality factors that get to come involved, cost of capital and so on and so forth. But net, if we just look around the room at some of those locations, you can actually buy a one-bedroom apartment like was shared with Gold Key earlier on at an entry point that is a fraction of what's just mentioned and potentially get a higher rental yield. Are you with me? Yeah. Okay. Now the last thing, I've shared some of my mistakes. I just don't want you guys to make the same mistakes. That's exactly why I do what I do as well. Okay, let me move on very quickly. I know we're against time. For those of you that don't know, I'm a property coach, educator. I share what I do on social media. I operate as a brokerage as well. And just really here to just share my knowledge in this way. I work with companies like Seso Global, like I said earlier on, to help to expand the market to the diaspora community to ensure that they don't make the same mistakes. If you're not following me already on social media, please go and do that. Okay, on all platforms, Lorraine Wright. Disclaimer for both Seso Global and myself, it is buyer-aware with everything that we do. We are here to give you information for you to make the informed decision. Okay, so we can show you developers, we can show you people to work with, but it is the case of you doing your due diligence to make sure that you're buying what is right for you. Okay, so it's not financial investment advice, but it's informational purposes and guidance only. Okay. So I'm going to take very, very quickly through 5 steps to securing your very first property here in Ghana. Seso Global, Property Rating Hub, Gold Key, they all share this information earlier on, but I'll just whiz through it very quickly. Number 1, set your financial goals. Repeat that. Set your financial goals. So it looks like when you're coming to Ghana and you're keen to buy property, you're going to be like a deer in the headlights. You're going to be like, there's so many opportunities, okay? But set your financial goals. You need to understand why you're purchasing Ghana. My colleague primarily shared it earlier on. Understand, are you buying for investment? Are you buying to generate income? Are you buying for residential purposes? Are you buying for retirement home? Are you buying because you want somewhere to stay when you're coming for December and you want to rent it out for the rest of the time? Are you becoming because you're now a digital nomad and you work from home, you just want to have an opportunity and a base to be? Understand why you're buying. And the reason I say that is because the reason why you buy will determine where you actually buy, okay? And the kind of property you buy. Because if you're buying because you want to tap into the December market, maybe buying a 4-bedroom house might not be the best thing for you, potentially. It depends, okay? So you want to think about it from that perspective as well. Biggest mistake. F1, Gold Key, Cool Karmi, everybody has shared this earlier on. The biggest mistake is not factoring additional closing costs when it comes to you buying properties. So when you're thinking about buying, you need to make sure you're factoring costs like legal fees, factoring costs like brokerage fees, factoring costs like inspections, where's our house inspector as well, property inspection as well, taxes, renovations, and so on and so forth, okay? There is a general house buying guide that exists, and this is a rule of thumb. It's not necessarily for here in Ghana, but it's a general global rule of thumb. They call it a 3-20-30 rule. So if you're buying a property, generally some people don't know how much they want to spend. But on average, you can look at your annual income and then multiply that by 3. And you can look at potentially having your budget around that amount, okay? And then you don't want to aim for more than a 20-year mortgage. Great that Fidelity has come and shared that they provide mortgages for up to 15 years, I believe it is, right? And then lastly, look at when you go to a bank like Fidelity, they will do an affordability calculation for you anyway. But if you want to look at your own affordability, you want to make sure that you can afford at least 30%. So your repayment should not exceed 30% of your income, okay? So that, you guys, make sense for you guys?
Yeah.
I hope I'm not going too fast.
No.
Okay. Right. Next, number 2, pick the right location. Say that, move.
The right location.
Location. Okay. Right. We've shared it earlier on. You want to think about, are you going in for high demand locations? Are you going for affordable locations when it comes to you purchasing? There are some emerging locations that exist. They are becoming emerged. We've got Yaratha, we've got IE Mensa, we've got and then East Lake Hills. A lot of these places are moving into more prime very, very soon. Like in the next 5 years, I'm sure these locations become what we consider prime. We'll hear very shortly from Asmara Living, who are also in Aburi. Aburi is, I love it, Aburi is my hometown, but Aburi is soon becoming a very prime location as well for people to invest in. Property types, we're going to compare off-plan developments. Are you familiar with the term off-plan? I want to make sure everybody's familiar with that. So pre-construction, so you're buying properties that have not yet been constructed yet, and that's where you can get properties that are potentially, at a very competitive offer at that point. And you want to also think about market trends. Quirkle from Seso Global did a very great job in sharing the market trends. I'm not going to dwell on that point, but you need to really think about that. This is just a general, very quick. I always put up this slide during my presentations. Very, very, it's not exhaustive, but a brief list on some of the locations, both prime as well as up-and-coming locations. Now, some of these locations typically would have certain buyer profiles, and it would typically have certain trends as well that exist. So typically in prime locations, what works really well in prime locations are studios and one-bed apartments. In emerging locations, especially where local markets may be, where there may be families, typically 2 to 3 bedroom plus might work in those locations. Now, honestly, this does depend. Again, you go do your research, but generally, overall, this is typically what you would find in the market. So, to understand, just comparing different property types, you've got off-plan, really great if you want to negotiate, you want to try and bring the price down, you can buy very early. I had a client in from Seattle yesterday, and he said to me, Lorraine, I only want to see off-plan properties. I only want to see off-plan properties. So you call me, 9-11 in the morning, we're going to go and see some off-plan properties in East Legon, etc., right? So some people just want that because it gives them a longer period of time to pay over, as well as the opportunity to get in early and potentially customize some of their features. But I'd only highly recommend you do that by making sure you do your due diligence on the land, on the developer, and so on and so forth. Okay? Then you've got already built. For those of you that are, less risk tolerant and want to make sure that you are kind of also protective about your money, then you might want to consider something that's already built. But then at that point as well, I sometimes realize that it's too late to get a house inspector in. And sometimes you can get a house inspector in very early, right? From the point of structure.
I come in at any point.
Oh, okay. He comes in at any point.
From design, construction to final finish.
Right, okay.
To annual property inspection.
Okay, I see. To annual property inspection as well. Okay. But if you want to make sure that you're buying what you see, then of course you can go in for a ready built property. And then lastly, there are some people that just want to build themselves so they can manage development. In that case, I pray that you have time to monitor your development. Okay? I'll just leave it there. You're with me, you understand? So how many of you are team off plan? You're off team off plan, you're off plan. Okay, so you'll be there. How many of you are team already built? You want already built properties? Okay, and how many of you are looking to build yourself? Wow, okay. Looking to build yourself, interesting, okay. Right, number 3, we'll move on very quickly. Understand due diligence. Can we say that again?
Understand due diligence.
Coming from a property data house spoke a lot about this. So again, I'm not going to go on this so much. It's super important to make sure you understand the legal process when it comes to buying property in Ghana. So make sure you understand the property or the land has title deeds. You're making sure that it's zoned for the right usage as well. You're making sure that you've got the right permits. We'll share a little bit about this when we have the next panel discussion as well. But this is super, super important. So if you're interested in getting a lawyer, speak to myself, critical climate, etc. There's a lawyer in the room earlier on as well. Make sure you do ensure that you do have a lawyer and somebody to guide you through the process. Right? Financing, we've spoken about this through Fidelity Bank as well. So you can get a mortgage for those people who are non-resident in Ghana. I hope I've sounded it correctly, Mr. Razak. Okay. So this is an opportunity for those of you who do not live in Ghana to get a property in Ghana, have it financed by a bank. So we've heard about that. So if you want any more information about that, please go and see our colleagues at Fidelity. Now, a number of developers also provide what's called a payment plan. So that is by developers providing off-plan property, and they're able to allow you to spread the payments over the duration in which the property is being constructed. I know, Petri, you have some properties that are available that you can pay in installments over a period of time as well in Achimota. Right? And then you have rent to own. Achimota is also an up-and-coming location as well, so yes. Rent to own. There are some developments as well that allow you to pay a certain percentage. Mr. Kofi Andrew is joining us. Hi, Kofi. Welcome. He was one of the main developers behind the IE Mensa Park development as well, so anybody's aware of that. Yes, he can search around. So any of you that's joining our tour as well, please join. Maybe we'll stop off and see some of Kofi and his projects. But rent to own is also one of the development options as well. For those of you that are maybe don't have all the money to pay, what you could do is potentially pay down 50%, and the developer will allow you to live in a property and pay the rest off over time. So you almost rent in to live in a property to own it over time. Okay? Right. Lastly, maximizing your return on investment. Right? So generally, there's a general rule of thumb in the property market. This doesn't just apply to Ghana. But some of you might be thinking, okay, if I'm going to rent out my property, how much money can I generate? Or how much should I generate in order for it to make sense? So generally on the market, there is a 1% rule. And that 1% is a 1% rule of thumb, which means if you're buying a property, you want to try and at least ensure that you can generate 1% of that as rental income for it to make sense. Now, this is typically would work in prime locations. It might not work in up-and-coming emerging locations because the market has to catch up to that, right? But generally, if you're thinking about your finances, you're thinking about how it's going to work for you, you can have that in the back of your mind as a general rule of thumb. You with me? Okay. So you can, of course, explore the short-term rental market and the long-term rental market. Both of them have different options for you. Right. This is some slides I stole from Kweku when I joined his webinar. He held a fantastic webinar with the Airbnb market Africa market manager, and invited me to come and speak on that panel as well. And I saw this slide and said, I'm going to screenshot this and grab this, right? Because this didn't come from Kweku and it didn't come from me. It came from Airbnb. What he shared on that presentation was these numbers. And he said, essentially, when it comes to renting out your property in these markets, this is the demand. So he's seen an increase over the last couple of years of interest to Nigeria, to Ghana and Liberia, right? And these are double-digit figures, which translates into the number of bookings you can find on their platforms. And you can see where just December is really dirty by Ghana. Okay? So you can see the increase there. So this isn't from Kweku, it's not from me, it's from Airbnb in terms of what their projections are in terms of the market when you're buying for investment. Okay? So here's an example of one of my clients who purchased property for $150,000. Occupancy rate, I think F1 and Gold, you shared this earlier on. I always get on the side of caution. If you're buying, take a percentage for occupancy rate. Okay, Ghana is highly seasonal. If you're buying for investment purposes, do factor into the point that there's going to be high seasons and low seasons. So when I worked with one of my clients, we took a 65% average in terms of occupancy, and this essentially is their return on investment for what they're getting at this moment in time, just so you understand. Right. Lastly, before I wrap up and hand over, common mistakes to avoid. So number one, we spoke about it, not verifying the developer's track record and their sustainability as well, the stability in the market. Ignoring location factors. I shared earlier on one of the first properties I purchased. My tenants couldn't even enter into the property because at the beginning, the front of it was waterlogged. So considering thinking about situations like that. Underestimation of cost. We spoke earlier about how much you need to consider when it comes to you purchasing property. And then avoiding paying large upfront fees. Of course, if you're paying cash, you're going to get good discount. But sometimes, you can use, like, for example, the escrow account that was shared by Fidelity Bank, which I think is a really great option. So you're a bit concerned about your finances. What you can do is use an escrow account as well. You put your funds in there, and you have milestones that are agreed between yourself and the developer, in which the funds can then be released depending on what milestone has been achieved. Okay, so these are ways for you to protect your finances and your funding when you're investing in real estate here in Ghana. Also making sure that you have legal professionals. There's so many times I've had phone calls. Kwame, didn't we have a phone call from somebody who said they purchased a property, they didn't have a lawyer involved, and now they get asked to try and sort out the situation. We get those conversations all the time after the fact, right? So please, when you're buying property, please make sure, just to reduce risk. I think Greg shared it earlier on here. We're here to help you to reduce risk. With every form of investment, there's always going to be risk. Even if you put your money in the bank. They didn't get it. Anyway, but with every form of investment, there is risk. Okay, but we're here to help you to reduce the risk as much as possible, right? By doing these things, like getting lawyers involved, helps you to reduce the risk. And of course, the biggest lesson that I've learned as well is not work with trusted professionals, Seso Global, myself. If you go onto my website is powered by Seso Global as well. So we work together, we're building a community of people, right? We're all about collaboration, right? Not work with people like Property Data Hub, but work with people that have the knowledge in the industry. And building a community, and that's what I'm here to do. It's making sure that I have a community of people that you can lean on to. If you're going through something, you can share that, so you can see somebody else being through that same situation as well, so you can also avoid that. So that's really super important as well. So it's really working together with trusted people. That's the reason why I do what I do. I now work as a broker as well, helping people together with Seso Global as well, do it hand in hand to make sure that if you need somebody to help you hand in hand to get property in Ghana, that's what we are here for as well. Okay, so that's my website, as I said, powered by Seso Global as well. Together with Seso, we can help you secure mortgages, invest and buy the right properties, learning about the market, getting started for rent. I do have a rent course. So anybody that wants to try and get involved in not purchasing, but renting property to rent out further, like a sub-rent, that opportunity there exists as well. Ghana, that's very much starting to happen as well. And helping people that want to sell property as well. So this is some of the things that I do. Right, so with that said, who here is ready to take action? How many of you are ready? Wow, I love it. We're here to take action. So that's the reason why Seso and myself have come together to pull this event together, call the Blackstar Experience Real Estate Store. So we are here to help and guide you, take you around to different properties this week. So on Monday, what do we have on Monday?
Inner cities.
Inner cities. So how many of you are joining us for the inner city apartment tours? Okay, so we're going to be taking you around to go and see different apartments in Accra. On Tuesday, we're then going to the beach. How many of you are joining us at the beach? Nice, okay. And on Wednesday, my favorite, we're heading to Aburi. How many are coming to Aburi? Okay, we've got a few of us here. And then on Thursday?
Service lines.
Service lines. We're going to see service lines. How many of you are joining us for that? Okay, a few of you joining us for that as well. Okay, so that is exactly the reason why we're pulling on this event. Okay, we're all about helping you. And that's the reason why my company is called Diaspora to Home. So I've been Lorraine, and I am from Diaspora to Home. So I want you guys to say after me, Diaspora to Home. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Diaspora to Home.
Amazing. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much for that. It's very engaging. Every time you are learning something new from Lorraine. I would say a great presentation. And I'm sure you all enjoyed it very, very much. And so we'll move forward. And I'd like to call in my gentleman here, Petra, as well, just to go through his presentation as well. And Petra, the leading pension fund in Ghana as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, very cool. Good afternoon once again.
Go back.
Go back.
Go back.
Thank you. My name is Evans. I'm in charge of the real estate portfolio for Petra Trust. Now, for our American audience, Petra Trust is similar to your 401k. So what we essentially do is we manage the pensions of more than 500,000 Ghanaians and over 5,000 companies here in Ghana.
Wow.
So not only the retirement, what we have sought out to do is to walk our scheme members or general public from cradle to grave. Now, I'll tell a simple story in about 10 minutes. What Petra is doing in the space of real estate. As I mentioned earlier, we handle pensions. Now, we're the first pension trustee in Ghana, and as a forward-thinking company, we delved into real estate. And I'm going to tell you that remarkable story. This is about four years. When we started, we realized that most people wait till they retire before they buy houses or they build their own homes. Now, what Petra came in to do was that we started with pension-backed mortgages, and we came up with a solution called Easy Homes. As the name connotes, buying a home or acquiring a home should be very easy. It shouldn't be something that is rocket science, right? So Easy Homes is a solution that helps you use your retirement benefits to acquire a home. And at the back of it, we highlight a lot of collaborations. The housing that is, as Lorraine said, it's around 2.5 million. That's huge. And do we have all the answers? Not yet. But what we have is that we figured a way to optimize collaborations, partnerships. And in that regard, we started in 2022 with pension-backed mortgages. And thankfully, Mr. Razak here, Fidelity was one of our partners, and we evolved from pension-backed mortgages to introduce pension-backed mortgages and home purchase. We realized that there were individuals who had their own properties, external properties, they wanted financing. So we came in, we helped them with collaboration with the banks to finance these homes. And the pension-backed mortgage, in this case, we were offering 100% financing. And like Mr. Razak mentioned earlier, the 8% base also applies. We've moved from 2023 to 2024, where we are doing Petra-owned homes. What this means is that Petra has set up a REIT. There are about only 3 institutions in this country that have set up REITs, Real Estate Investment Trust. Now, Petra is proud to be part of that group. And we have financed a 38-unit boutique estate. When I say boutique estates, this comprises of townhomes and apartments. And this is located at Chimota. Chimota is very central. If you are somebody who's familiar to the central corridor of Ghana, for those who are looking at visiting Menchia in Kumasi and beyond and Tamale using the central corridor, Chimota is the best place to relocate to. And we have properties in there starting from 82,000 US. It will surprise you, again, I'm telling the story, that when we rolled out this unit in June, last year, June, within 2 weeks, we had sold out 18 units. 18 units. And I'm proud to say that in the space of a year, we have provided 80 individuals with homes. For a company that is not a real estate company, relatively new in the space, it tells you where we are going. And if you see the success story, we are evolving and we are moving really fast. And in an era where industries are colliding, the only way you survive is to be innovative or you collaborate. That's the only way you survive. So for Petra, we being the first trustee and we being the first trustee to start real estate, this is what we are doing. And we are encouraging the diaspora and the local who are listening in to jump onto this bandwagon. I've heard a lot of due diligence, trust, and whatnot. We have ticked all these boxes, and we are asking you to jump onto this box, this bandwagon, and we help you acquire homes. Now, why should you invest in real estate? I think you know all this already, but I'll just shed light on it. Long-term appreciation. So, assuming you are buying a 2-bedroom Chimota for 1.156 million by seeds, and so we are assuming you are admitted. Anyway, the legal people here, we're just assuming you are admitted. So if you buy this property, a 2-bedroom in Chimota, and you rent it out, assuming the whole year you're making, let's say, 103,000 thereabouts seats in a year annual, including expenses and all that, right? What you might end up getting if you're doing the 5% on this property appreciation, right? Let's just be modest. You are looking at raising about 800,000+ in about 5 years. Now, like I mentioned, with this property, we've done our due diligence, structural-wise. I think the inspector here, we've done that bit. So we have brought in people to inspect these units. And if you look at the pace with which we are building these units, you'll be surprised. Thankfully, there's a tour that has been lined up. You go there, you see it. The 38 unit is almost sold out. So the few that is still unsold, hopefully by next month, it should be done. And I'm encouraging you to look at Chimota as well. Very central location. It's very close to the golf course for those who love to play golf. So we have rental income. I think you know all these. I don't want to jump into this. Rental income, there's inflation hedge. In our part of the world, if you put money somewhere, it's savings account, in a savings account, right? And for those who want to build, I saw in Lorraine's slide, those who want to build the third one, that's fine. You can go ahead and build your own house. But if you are saving to build your own house, what's going to happen is that the prices of the things you need to build won't wait for you. There's inflation and all that. The developers here, Mr. Uncle is here, worked in the past before. He'll tell you, the more you wait to save up and build, the more you suffer. So others are looking at putting monies in real estate. On my way here, I got a call from one of my big men. Call me once, I have X amount of money here in US. Where should I invest? And I'm like, this is what are you waiting for? It's supposed to put it there. All right, let's talk tomorrow. He understands the essence of putting money in real estate. There are others who are buying for residential. They want to retire. They want to live in a space where they can just walk to the mall. Again, I mentioned, where we are located is about 5 minutes drive from the Chimota Retail Mall. It's very close to the golf course. There are hospitals, there are lawn tenants, there are a lot of amenities around the area. There are schools, Lancaster University and whatnot. There's a market. If you want to visit the OP marketplace, enjoy the Ghanaian OP market. The Somi market, one of the biggest markets in Accra. You can also visit about 5 minutes, 3 minutes. So there's a lot of amenities in there. And what Petra we have are engines, about 10 minutes. What Petra we have that others do not have is data. Data. I'm hearing a lot of data. We have data, you do not have that data. That's what sets us apart from our competitors. So today we can clearly tell which locations people want, the price points people want, the type of units they are looking for, the property, whether it's an apartment or semi-detached or a detached. We have that data. And we can tell which age demographic wants what. Yes, so that's data that Petra has that our competitors don't have. And I said again that we are the first trustee to do this successfully. I like that word. Keyword successfully. We've had other trustees try and fail. We have tried it, we've succeeded, and we are looking at partnerships. And I'm encouraging everybody here who wants to partner with Petra to jump and speak to me. Let's do some strategic partnerships. And for those who are looking at buying property and investing, this is the right time to invest. It's a new year, and we have more to be grateful for by the year end. Thank you very much.
Very, very powerful. That's a real head of business development right there. I like that presentation. Yeah, Petra is a real success story in Ghana. They've done very, very well for themselves. And I love that they've decided to delve into real estate as well. Something very real and needed in Ghana, right? And so we'll move towards our good friends at Asmara as well, right? And so please, I'll ask you to come join us here and we'll have a fireside chat with Lorraine about this development. Lorraine is the biggest champion of Aburi, and Asmara has built something very beautiful there in Aburi as well, which we will go visit on that day as well. And I will say as well for everybody here as well, for those who are not done with 30 December, please, we have a Corks Lounge as well in the evening. If you are good up to it, come and get an espresso martini with me, right? This evening, right? And of course, I also want to point out that we do have our partners, Matisse Spa as well for the Waterfall Spa. Please let me know if you do want to join that as well. There's a small fee for it, but we head off tomorrow morning as well. So please let me know, right? And so I'm going to give one more thing as well. I will share a form with you all for especially those who are coming on the tours. Please fill that out as well and indicate the days in which you're going to be attending. For those who haven't done that already, I'll reshare that form to everybody through your emails as well. So please do that today or later Sunday morning for me. Please. Thank you very, very, very much. So I give the floor to Lorraine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Brilliant. Can you give it up for Kweku again as well? Kweku, I wish you were the only he did this great earlier in Eastern and he couldn't make it. So it was me. So I said this time around, he will be the one that will be hosting this time. So he's doing a great job. So thanks. Okay, so yes, like we said, look, I love the mountains. Aburi Mountains is one of my favorite places to be, where my mom's from, my family is from. And I was scrolling through Instagram one day and I remember seeing some beautiful houses come up on my feed. And I was like, oh, these are interesting. And not knowing that they were being built in the Aburi region. And I don't know if you reached out or I reached out or we met each other at an event or whatever it may be. And we got an opportunity to speak about this beautiful development that's coming up in the Aburi area. And we're going to be going to check out these properties later on this week as well. So I'd love to introduce you to the visionary behind this project. So please introduce yourself. Let us know who you are and why Aburi and why now.
Hi everyone, Happy New Year. And my name is Kulu Rangan. That's my name is Kulu. I'm originally from Eritrea. I used to live in the Netherlands for longer than 30 years. I moved to Ghana 3 years ago. I left Europe and I moved. I came to Ghana. And why I came to Ghana was because when Corona was there, and everybody was shut down, I decided for myself, I don't want to do that. And I don't want my kids to go through it. So I'll just leave Europe. I'll go back home, whether Eritrea or Ghana, the motherland. So because I didn't believe in Corona and I didn't believe us being prisons like we were, that's how I see it. So I thought I'll go to Ghana or I'll go to Africa and then I want to build something for myself where nobody is going to decide for me whether I go outside or not and what food I'm going to eat. And I have small kids. I have a son who's 14 years old and twin from 6 years old. And I don't want them to grow in the environment how the Western country is going because I want to raise them the way that I was raised in Africa. So I came to Ghana. So when I came here, I started with a restaurant, but my vision was like I will go to Ghana and I will build an eco village where it's sustainable. You grow your own food, you do everything yourself, because then and then for the like-minded people, mainly for people from the Netherlands, because we were a group of people, like-minded people. We don't want to live the way I was living, the way everybody's living now in the West. So I came here in 2022 in October to buy land, and I had some properties in the Netherlands. I sold them. It was a good time to sell, so I sold them and I cashed my money, and I came to Ghana to buy some land. I was fortunate because I had people that were from Eritrea, so I could buy good land without being scammed, whatever. And when I came and I thought like, in October, I came actually to buy the land only. And then when I arrived in Ghana, I felt like home, like Eritrea. The people, the culture, the safety, the food. Everybody looks like me, so I loved it. So within a week, I decided that I was going to live in Ghana. And then I rented a house. I partnered on restaurants. I have a restaurant, Club Smooth, at Atomic. That's my restaurant, Atomic Junction.
You there?
The Atlantic
Wow.
Mall.
Okay.
The Atlantic Mall. And thank you. And then the mall is also owned by an Eritrean guy, so that I want to tell you, African owned. And so I moved. I have rented a house behind it, paid my 1 year rent. I went to Holland. I put up my stuff and my kids, and I came back to Ghana. So, and I thought, okay, I wanted to build an eco village, but Ghana itself is eco, so I can go live wherever I want. So eco village is not necessary because everybody can build the house that they want. But something else was still in my heart because I have a lot of family, friends in the Netherlands, and everybody is looking for Plan B or for second place to have if Corona happens again, whatever the plans are. And so it was not only about me, it was also about the people that I do with and I was working with. So I thought like I wanted to build something here that they can back to. And whether they want to come to live here or take us here or whatever they wanted, it was not about me. It was not about me being a real estate, but it was about building something for the diaspora, for like-minded people, so that we can live here and make some money or investment, but also contribute to the motherland. So one thing that was irritating me in Ghana was that hotels were very expensive. So I wanted to go away with my kids, and my mother, it was a Mother Day, she was here. I wanted to go somewhere, but there is nowhere where you can go and have normal price. So everything that is nice costs maybe 200 to 150 a night, and you still have not even food. So I came with the idea that I wanted to build something with the concept of all-inclusive. I think everybody who comes from the West, they know the all-inclusive concepts. So a resort with all-inclusive. And then now why Aburi is that I love nature. I love the mountains, and I wanted to build a house for myself. So instead of building something only for myself, why not build for everybody I know? And then we make a resort where we can like enjoy it together. And by doing that, the idea came that not everybody is ready to move to Ghana or to Africa. Not everybody wants to come here because everybody thinks that we are living here in the bush and it's all very, very unsafe. So I came with the idea like all inclusive, and then we have one of the beautiful, even if I'm saying it myself. So I didn't see a lot of hands today to go to Aburi, but yes, so come to Aburi, just even to enjoy the view and the mountain and the feeling of the mountains. And because Aburi is a place that you can like skip the crowdness. At the same time, you are also close by the city. But it's also something that is where you can build something sustainable because the resort that you are building is sustainable. And mainly for diaspora, it's for everybody. Yeah, that's why it's a long introduction, but this is why I'm here and what I'm doing.
So we give her a round of applause because I think it's not neat to leave the Netherlands, especially also you're not Ghanaian, and find some land and decide to build on it, because that takes a lot of tenacity, it takes a lot of grit as well, and also knowing the right people. Can you share a little bit about who guided you to Aburi? How did you know about this place called Aburi? How did you trust that what you were buying was legit? Just tell us a little bit about that process.
So what I said, like when I came, the owner of the Atlantis Mall is Eritrean. So Eritrea is a small community, so everybody helps everybody. So they guide me in that. They knew the right place, the right lands. To be honest, the land that I bought in Aburi is I bought it with other partners, Ghanaians that I put to rest, and those were also recommended to me by people that I know. So that's how we are able to have something that's solid, and that is and then the land that I think buying land in Aburi is much easier than buying land in Accra. I think you know better than me.
What do we say, Kwame?
Who is Kwame? Is it? It's not?
It depends. It depends. I
Okay.
mean, everywhere.
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's why I said you know better than me. But it's because we bought from people that were also from diaspora. So the owner of the place, of the land that we have bought was already the name of someone from Pagani from Canada. I think that makes it easier to do it. So we started last year. We started to to inform my community in the Netherlands, and then within 2 weeks we sold the first phase.
Wow.
Yes, and then now we are selling second phase, and we have this is my first marketing or talking about it. I have not been anywhere, so we have sold like 20 units from the 60 years, but it's just from people that I know and people that know that I know. So that's
for the benefit to sell 20 units, I think. Wow. So it's in the Mountain area in Aburi as well. So you can see there. So just tell us a little bit more about development. So what can people purchase? What is it that people will see? So when they come with us to the tour, what is they going to be able to see? What are you building? How many units are going to be? What's the community going to be like?
So the idea is that we are selling the unit. It's not residential. It's not something that you can live. It's residential.
It's not residential.
Yes, it's an investment properties. And we are building it, and then we sell it, and then at the same time we're also going to manage it. So we are going to do all inclusive concept because I'm in hospitality, so we will do all inclusive. So you don't have anything that's like you are staying your own, renting your own house yourself and doing all the full-time renting will not be part of it. And we sell 4 types of properties of units, 1 bedroom. So it means 1 bedroom, one bedroom is one, yeah. And in the Netherlands, when you say one bedroom, it means a studio. So that's why I have.
Okay, so you have the one bedroom, so we'll have a bedroom, kitchen, and separate hall.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and a living room. We have two bedroom units, 3 bedroom units, and 4 bedroom units. And so far, we have only sold from the 20 instances only 2 bedrooms and 1 bedroom. And we have also amenities. So we have swimming pool, restaurants, whatever is necessary for all inclusive. So small shops, spa, all these things. And when you go now to visit, you will see we are construction. We are doing the first 12 units. First 4 are almost, I think, if not mistaken, 78%, and the other are starting now. So yeah, we have the road is from the.
Yeah, how is the road? Is it? It's good. It's good
yes,
road.
From the asphalt road is 900 meter, but that road is good, and we just also did something.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing, incredible. So when it comes to building, are you building with trusted construction partners? Have you got, tell us about the partnerships that you've established here in Ghana to make sure that this development will actually come to fruition?
Yes, we are building with construction companies that I get recommended from the people that I know here, and and then they also have built for them in Shadow, I think, before. So we are working with those construction. So it's not that something that I had to research for, because I have people that I friends, they research or they check them, and then they are building. And so far so good. We have an agreement for an apartment to build up. We pay them a certain price, and then that's what they do. Yes.
So many people here, like you said, it will be and feel free, I think we'll open up for some questions shortly. But if people are buying for investment, how are you helping to protect that form of investment, whether it's through the buying process, whether it's through warranty, whether it's through insurance? What is it that you're doing to make sure that, anybody that decides kind of, hand them some money as well and build with you to ensure that, the kind of returns that maybe could be expected or whatever it may be, how are you helping to ensure that there's going to be some kind of like buyer protection?
When it comes to all the things that were discussed, here, like the insurance and everything, that we have not worked on that, but we are on process, because like I said, the people that have, but so far are people that know and trust me and my team. And when it comes to return of investment, we have made a calculation of a currency of 3 months to be able 3 months, like
3 months,
yeah,
fully occupied in a year. That's what your break-even point is based on.
Yes. That's what we have done, also with the all-inclusive concept. And then also because we feel like we are very competitive in the price that we are going to give.
What's the price?
The price for, you mean for the units or for the units are, with the first phase, we sold the 1 bedroom for 50,000 euros. But that one are sold, and the 2 bedroom was 71,000 euros. Because these people trusted us, and then we, of course, we rewarded them by good prices. And for the second phase is a 2 bed is $75,000, not euros, dollars, and then the 2 bedroom is 100 something. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Amazing. So we're going to be hopefully visiting Aburi, visiting these units. You can see the pictures behind us as well on Wednesday. So we'll have an opportunity to engage you more and engage more in terms of the what you're doing there. But do you want to share any kind of like final remarks as well to individuals that are here that maybe want to know more about what Asmara Living is doing and why people should actually consider potentially buying with you as well?
Actually, it's a difficult thing to explain, to say come and buy, because you can trust me, because I don't want to say that I want to be, but what I would like to say is come and see for yourself how you feel when you come at the place. And also what I am doing is what makes it different, I think, is that I'm not building this just for me to be a developer or to have big money or whatever it is, because the first phase you don't really have any return, any profit margin on it. It's about, for me, it's about building something for those who are in diaspora outside Africa to come and to have an easy access to do something for them and for their children and to build legacy. So the mission is a bit bigger than thinking like, oh, I'm a developer, I'm selling something, but also like it feels like I want to guide and help people to go from income mindset to asset building mindset, and then also to have something that you can leave behind in the motherland. And I would like for you to be part of that. And we are also doing something to give back to the community. We are still working on it, in which form we are going to do it, but parts of the money that you pay will also go for some thing for how do you say community building or empowerment. So that's it. But I would like you to come just to see and feel how it is, and then to invite you and then make a day out of it. It's beautiful to see Aburi anyway. You don't want to come to Ghana and you don't see Aburi and you see only Accra and you go back. So only that reason would be a good reason for you to come to Senegal.
I see. Thank you so much, Dr. Alpha Kundu. Well, thank you so much for coming in as well and for sharing your knowledge and experience. So we'll take a quick picture and we'll also invite our next panelists to join us as we do our next panel. We'll do a quick picture and then
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. In fact, I might get you to hang around because we've got a panel now. Oh, okay. We'll go for Old Mutual. Okay. Right. So I think I'll hand back over to Craig, who will introduce our next speakers and sponsors for the event as well. So over to you.
Thank you very much. What a great chat and very interesting story. I have to say, Ghana these days, some very interesting stories come up when you chat with people, right? All over things that you didn't even think of, I'm sure, as well, right? And I like that people have already been to a restaurant and I realized, oh, she's the one that made this very beautiful place. So I like that, very good. And so I'd like to welcome my colleague Wisdom from Old Mutual as well to the same. Old Mutual, the premier insurance firm in Ghana. And so he's going to run us through a presentation. And then from there, we'll do a panel session. Of course, we'll have lots of questions and Q&A from the audience. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kuku. And Lorraine, let's put our hands together for that. Let's put our hands together for that. I'm from Adono, and I'm from Old Mutual. Kuku made a very important point. And I think one of the speakers as well that about some years ago, if you walk through Accra, it would be just like a few high-rising buildings that you will see. It is not just that. What we are witnessing here today, years back, if you came to Ghana as someone from the diaspora wanting to settle in Ghana, you wouldn't get something like this. And there's been people who eventually became victims to a few of the moves. It is important that once you have plans to come to Ghana, you are really briefed like this so that you know what to expect and then how to really position yourself so you're coming back home. I want to touch on something briefly from us as Old Mutual. What do we seek to do? I see people trying to come back home, trying to get a place to lay their heads, but beyond that, there are other aspects that we really need to consider. I'll share with you a brief story. So I listened to one gentleman who came to Ghana, acquired a home, wanting to settle down here in Ghana. But interestingly, this gentleman had to go back to the US in a space of 2 years, in fact, less than 2 years. Why? Because this gentleman actually thought that beyond getting a place to lay his or his head, and there wasn't going to be something else. But the bills to be staring at you. There'll be other expenses. Those who have been enjoying the dirty December will tell you. I hear some people even make remarks to say Ghana is expensive. And so it becomes very important that we're able to really plan and plan for our finances, we're able to plan how our inflows are going to be, what our sort of income is going to be, how we are going to settle the bills. And for us as Old Mutual, that is why we are here. Whilst we acquire the homes, whilst we explore the various opportunities, all we are saying is that let us also think about how we are going to meet our financial goals. And we are very much happy to work with you that. We are very much happy to be a very good financial partner on this journey. We have some offerings that we think that will be very helpful to you. And I'll touch on the first one. We call it the retirement salary. What is a retirement salary? I think I made a point earlier to say that there are times people are coming back home and they haven't really thought through what their source of income would be. There are times people try to explore other businesses. Businesses have a lot of uncertainties in there. And so they come and then things don't go as planned. And I am sure some of you have heard some of these stories. People come and they have to go back. But what a retirement salary does for you is you have an amount, it takes that amount, and in exchange, it gives you a stream of income. Not only does it give you a stream of income, this is a lifetime income. And so what we are saying is that as long as God blesses you with life, you are rest assured that you are going to earn income. The other aspect of it is guaranteed. You and I know that in every business, our inflows are not guaranteed. There may be the highs, there may be the lows. But with this, your income level that is really communicated to you beforehand is guaranteed. There was a year where there was even a DDEP, and to the surprise of customers, they were still enjoying this level of income. The retirement salary is pretty similar to what we may know in some of our countries as annuity. I'm sure in the UK, in the US, some people know annuity. Old Mutual is the only company in Ghana at the moment that does annuity. So please feel free, let's talk so that we can help you to explore some of these benefits. Let me touch on the fact that we are also mindful of the impact of inflation on money. And so what we do is every year, your income does not remain static, it increases. So just as we are actually earning a salary, you enjoy that benefits under our retirement salary. We also have something for those below 50. One thing you'd realize in my previous slide is that the retirement salary is pretty much for people who are 50 years and above. But we get people going like, well, I'm less than 50. What can I get from you? We have something designed for people who are less than 50. And so similarly, you are less than 50, you want to get a guaranteed sort of income. Please, let's talk. Our deposit administration scheme will do justice to that. We structure something for you, and then you'll be able to enjoy that peaceful income. So to borrow Lorraine's words, there'll be nothing like my sink is broken. There'll be nothing like the generator is not working, the AC is not working. You are actually being given an income that you can take home and enjoy in peace and take care of your bills with. The third of it, we have something we call a transition plan. And so for people who have obligations down here, you have family down here, there may be times when you may be bereaved and they will call on you, you have to support one way or the other. And some of these events can be pretty much demanding. We have the transitions plan that helps you to handle some of these obligations back home. And so assuming you've lost a mom, you've lost a dad, you've lost an uncle, for which reason you have to send something back home. What this plan helps you to do is you set something small aside every month so that once any such thing happens, we give you the benefit amount and they use it to take care of the obligations. One of the things that Fidelity touched on was the fact that even for some of their products, you need to get a certain deposit. People try to put money together. People are building wealth. But as we build wealth, there is also the need to protect the wealth that we build. Not to the extent that something happens and then you have to actually clear your account. You have to clear whatever you have built with how many years to take care of that thing. This is exactly what the transitions plan would do for us. We call it in the finance ecosystem protection. It protects your wealth building. The next one I would talk about is the educator plan. Again, for those with family back home, one of the things I hear lately is education in Ghana has become expensive. People have words down here. All we are saying is that you don't have to wait till that time when you have to pay school fees. You can actually set something aside periodically so that once schools resume, you know that Old Mutual is going to settle that for you. And so we are happy to journey with you, even as you take care of your children's education. The final bit I'll speak to is on retirement. So, people are seeking to retire. For some people, you've been away from home for a long time, and you don't know how you can actually plug back into the pension system. You don't know how you can actually benefit from the pension system. Should you decide to come back home, the Old Mutual embeds that justice to that. We allow you to make some contribution, even now, so that anytime you seek to retire, you can actually access that funds and then be able to retire comfortably with that. And so for Old Mutual, we say that we want to be your partner in achieving your financial goals. In the spirit of due diligence, let me touch on briefly who we are as an institution, because it is very important. Where you put your money is very important. For Old Mutual, we are a leading financial services provider in Africa. We do everything from banking to insurance to asset management to health insurance and a lot. We've been in operations for over 180 years. We've stood the test of time. I keep saying that we've seen all the pandemics and the endemics and all the myths. So really, if you want a trusted institution that can journey with you as you seek to achieve your financial goals, be rest assured that Old Mutual is that institution for you. We have been in other countries. I'm sure those in the UK, you probably have heard about us, but for some time our focus has been on Africa. We want to really focus on Africa. We are in Africa. We are in our 14 countries in Africa, and I will show you a snapshot of our presence here in Africa. So we're in South Africa, where our international headquarters is. We are in Zimbabwe, we are in Namibia, Malawi, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Nigeria, and our motherland, Ghana. So that is our international presence. Of course, we are in Asia, but we really pride ourselves in Africa, for which reason we only show the countries we have operations in Africa. This is also a snapshot of some financials, just to let you know the strength of the institution that you seek to deal with. In terms of our funds under management, as at the end of last year, we had £59.5 billion. This is a big organization, a big multinational with almost 11 million customers, number of employees over 30,000. As at last year, we had an adjusted operating profit of £690 million. I mentioned earlier, we are in 14 countries. And so it gives you the comfort to say you are dealing with the right institution. Feel free, our colleagues are here. We have Obed, we have Samuel. Whatever your financial goals are, we are happy to advise you, assist you, so that at the end of it all, we can smile together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is a big company. It's a major company. And we're very glad that they're here with us and joining us here today. Perfect. So I will be giving the floor back to Lorraine.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kwaku. So we're going to now have our final panel of the day before we let you go off. But before we do that, I wanted to introduce Annalise. Where is she? This evening we do have a cocktail hour. So after this evening, she is our host for that evening. So we're going to be at court. So maybe you can share a little bit of information about what we're going to be doing and where we're going to be at. So share who you are as well. Over to you.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I know you hear the accent so clearly from Ghana, but I am native. My name is Annalisa Nsoma Mensa. I was born in the diaspora, but ever since visiting Ghana after 10 years, I didn't want to go back. And that sparked interest into knowing what's happening in Ghana, what has changed. As a little girl, my mom always came, she was actually from Kumasi. She had 5 houses, however, as we probably all know, things went wrong one way or the other, and she lost everything. So after coming back, I was like, okay, I definitely don't think I want to build here after seeing what she's been through. All right. But then I also learned that there's actually people like Lorraine. There's companies that we've come to learn about today that are not just securing investments for diasporans, but making sure that you can still build a legacy in your home. So after meeting these organizations and partners, I decided to be a part of that story and also help diasporans and the next generation that are interested in coming back home, being a part of our generation in building investments back home. So also tell a different narrative. So this is a preview of what we're going to be having tonight at Court's Lounge, where it's not as formal, but we get to have a talk, right? What's your story? Why are you in Ghana? What would you like to do? And how can you go about it? How can we all come together and be collective and collaborative in how we're building in today's world? So thank you. That's a little about me, and over back to you, Ms. Lorraine.
Anybody join us with drinks after? How many are going to come with us to get first free drinks? Well, okay. So sponsored by Corks, Cargo UK as well, who have supported us as well. We appreciate that. So we're going to move on to our final session of the evening before we head over to Corks. And I'm going to introduce my panel for today. I'll sit. Where should I sit so that feel fit and squeeze in? Okay. So I want to introduce to the stage. I created this panel as an opportunity for individuals from across the world to share their experience about their story of investing in real estate in Ghana. So I'm very intentional trying to find people to represent the global diaspora, I hope. So first of all, I'd like to introduce the stage Madame Akosia from the Netherlands. Come and join us in yellow to join us and take a seat as well. Then we have Mr. Jeff from Germany as well in the building as well. He and the Bold team supported us in Hamburg earlier on for our Hamburg edition of this event, so we appreciate the support from the Bold community as well. Then next up, we also have my hometown. What is my hometown? It's a question. Let me introduce Jaden, who's here from the UK. Jaden spoke at our 2024 event in London, I believe it was. So welcome back as well to the Ghana edition. And then we have Madame Nana Okosia Shannon as well. If you could please join us from the States, the US of A. And then we lastly have Davida as well, who is back with us on the former panel. She was on there as well, also from the US of A. Since USA is so big, we're going to have two of y'all. Okay. Welcome to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you being here. Now, this conversation really is about sharing your stories and your narratives, because all of you, in one way or another, have invested in real estate here in Ghana. And the reason why I do what I do is so that other people don't make the same mistakes that I've made. But I want people to hear it not from just me, but from some of you here. But not only mistakes, but also why it's actually so important to all of us to invest in real estate here in Ghana, and why you continue to do it despite us going through that pain and that suffering, and realizing that there is still light at the end of the tunnel and it's still worthwhile us investing in real estate. So I'm going to ask each one of you to share briefly, because we don't have much time, we do need to get out of this building soon, briefly, who you are, and what you do, and a little bit about where you come from and why Ghana as well. So start with Akosia, and then we'll move on.
My name is Akosia Lomote. Hi, yes. My name is Akosia Lomote. I live in the Netherlands. I'm a social worker and behavioral scientist. I'm also an entrepreneur in the social working field, and I've been investing in Ghana for 4 years now. And the reason of investing in Ghana is to create generational wealth. That was the main reason.
Thank you so much for sharing as well. Thank you. Over to neighbors, Germany.
Good afternoon. So my name is Jeff Pater Jacobsen, born and raised in Germany. I'm a management consultant, but also the co-founder of Fidelity and the founding manager of Idea, which is the largest startup pitch event in Germany. I'm also an angel investor and also investing in Ghana since 2023.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Jaden Daniels. I'm the CEO of Duo Tree Homes in the UK and Double Tree Homes in Ghana. I've been in property since 2017, so close to 9 years in property in Ghana, and yeah, nice to meet everyone.
Thank you. How many of you are African American Association of Ghana affiliated? Stand up, please. Just go ahead and stand up. Clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. And we should you stand up too. And I want to say say, and I want to say also big shouts going out to everybody from Guyana in the back. Wave your hands. So all of us are here today. I am Nana Akusia. I came to Ghana in my early 20s, formed a real estate company called Akusia and Associates. I bought land personally, serviced and a service, sold land, lost money. I've complained about the property being very expensive, and then I've also been the beneficiary of the same complaint. Shout out to, I heard them mention Shark Island. That's one of the recent investments that I have. I bought property and own land in Eastern region, Ashanti region, Central region, Greater Accra. And also, I've been doing Airbnb in Ghana since 2009. And I believe Airbnb started, 2007, 2008. So I don't do Airbnb anymore. That's like back in those days when getting $17 a day was really good in Ghana. So I just want to talk about today, my input to the panel is that we are the target, we are the demographic, and Deti December is about those of us that are returning home. And I want to demystify this whole real estate process. This is about us returning home and how we are treated and how we are integrated into this space. And that's what I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon again. I'm Davida Selby, the owner of Caitlin and Ajwa Lifestyle Brand. Many know us as KLA Goes to Ghana. My family's Ghanaian. I went to school here when I was younger, moved to America, lived most of my life there, and then moved back 2.5 years ago. So I started investing in Ghana in 2020 during COVID. And here we are.
Here we are indeed. Give her up for time. I want to touch on something Impossible mentioned as well. You said there's been stories. You want to share a little bit about your stories, and you named pretty much. There was just what regions did you not name is probably the question, right? In terms of where you've invested. But maybe you want to share very briefly about some of the stories that you had, and then I'll come back to each of you for maybe something that stands out in your mind in terms of something that's happened to you, maybe a mistake that's been made in your real estate journey. So we'll start with yourself, Nana.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm sorry, I'm also president of the African American Association of Ghana. We're representing like thousands of us. Back in 2014, the figure was about 7,000. So I cringe when I Google something and it says we're only 6,000 living here in the country. We are definitely maybe 20,000 plus strong. Many of us, we don't like censuses, we don't like statistics. We come here, we come in to do our own thing. We're running away from all of that. So definitely we're large in number. Flori, I wanted to share it and open up with an email. Is it ready to go? Okay. And this is the quickest way I can tell my story. In 2014, I was working for the U.S. Embassy, and I got an email, and I want you guys to see how it works. It says there's land for sale. With regards, I bought land in Tutu, so I want to tell the story, which is in the Eastern region, which is your neighbor. It says I'm selling. They were selling land, and I just wanted you to see that I was really working for the U.S. Embassy in Accra. This is important because when you think of being secure in this purchasing space, I want you to tell you I was trying to be the most secure as I can because I'm buying land technically from the U.S. Embassy, and the person in charge of the selling land was also managing the security of the United States, and he's with the security liaison between Ghana and America, and he works with like 17 agencies. This is the FBI, this is CIA. So I was like, I definitely can't lose money in this space. Can you scroll up a little bit? So as you see, all of these people got this email. All of these people got the same email about there's some land for sale. Keep going.
It says the land committee would like to bring the notice of all staff that a vendor offers for sale to embassy staff plots of land. I'm using this one, but there was another one like this I couldn't find. So for sake of time, it said to Tutu. The site is about 15 minutes drive. It tells you. And then in those days, this is 2014, 100 by 70 is going for about 4,800 CDs. So you would have to go ahead and do the math to see what that's worth today. So go ahead to the next email. Basically, what I'm saying while they find me the next email is that was in 2014. So I went ahead and I bought what I thought was the land. So right after that, it says, "Good afternoon, friends. I was told to contact you. I would like a current update." This is in 2017. I bought it in 2014. I would like, and then I overpaid for it. I would like an update on my Tutu land. So you can keep going. I've come to Ghana, I've gone, and now I'm returning. And I bought 4 plots at that time in Tutu. And I used to work, and I don't know what's that, I have a derogatory term for it. And let me try to find it. I really was into buying real estate because I came here in my early 20s. I knew I wasn't going to retire in a typical way. And so I would just take all my salary and dump it into land during those days. And so then 2018, we would like to apologize for the missing completion deadline for the land documentation. And basically they gave us when the surveyors come in, it's a long email. And basically it's saying that we're working on it. That's 2018. So 2014 I purchased. 2017 I'm asking for an update. 2018 I get an apology. And this email again went out to everybody, not just me. So the next email, so basically in 2020, there was an email that they said they are working. It is true that I have overpaid and they are working to return my the overpayment. No problem. Basically, I brought this all, show me the 2026 email. Basically, 2 days ago, I got an email that said I can come and pick up my land papers. So I need you guys to count how many years that is. 2014. This is 4 plots I bought, working at the U.S. Embassy. If you look at the bottom, the security officers were in charge, and it wasn't just me, it's a whole bunch of people. So what I'm saying is there's 2 points that I wanted to make. Is that when you're in this space, there really are no guarantees. So you gotta come with and pack your patience. So it's a type of patience that we're normally not used to having back in the States. I own 6 units in the States, 3 houses. 2 are, one is 2 family, one is 3 family, and the other is a single family home. Because I have an adult son that's still there, right? And so I always tell people what they bring are only their experiences with buying or obtaining a mortgage in the Americas. And then they try to bring and transplant that here. And it's 2 parallel lines that really don't meet. Ever. And it's almost like the average person in America, we're buying younger now, but it's something that you acquire in your midlife. You go through the apartment phase unless you've inherited a property in the southern parts of the United States, you own quicker than you do in the northern parts. And when you're in your middle ages by the time. So by the time you come here, it's pretty much a middle class movement. We trying to come in and settle. A lot of what's been presented here is towards investors. But for those of us that are returning, many of us are coming for residential purposes. And the last point I wanted to make is that we are around 50 million in the United States. We're about 15% of the population in the United States. In 2019, we brought in more than 1.9 billion in revenue. 2023, on average, 130,000 of us returned. I didn't say diaspora, so we changed that word to Afro descendants because the numbers get mixed up sometimes. And this is no shade to anybody born in Ghana returning, but our situation is different. When you're born in Ghana and returning, you always have mama's house, family's house, everybody's house. But when we come, the only thing we have is what we're building. And so the message that I want to give to you all, this in 2030, they say we'll have about $3 trillion purchasing power. And of this this small percentage in America of Afro descendants, and when I'm saying America, right now I'm not including the Caribbean, I'm not including like Haiti, like Guyana, like Jamaica, even the Jamaican diaspora in Toronto and other places. Those numbers will increase. But when we come, your power is going to be for you to unify. And to force, you want a good property for a good price. I'm not coming to Ghana to pay Manhattan prices. It's not, because I'm not getting Manhattan amenities. And let's just be real. So when you come here, this is the purpose and the reason why the African American Association is so important. If you all in this room alone, there's 10 of you all. I know who you are because I know I've spoken to you individually. They have money and ready to purchase right now. But if you all get together and speak to any one of these developers, you then change the game and you begin to name your price. And I don't ever want you all to forget that purchasing global power that we have. Sometimes we come here and we get so romantic. They start playing the music, they take you to the snail dungeons, and you start crying, and then now all of a sudden, and I want us to stop. It's okay for us to give back, but take care of yourself first. And I'm saying that as it's just so it's just so where it becomes difficult to even become a queen mother. Up there, they don't play. Anytime I go to an event, I'm driving 2,000 strong. Dollars. They told me don't bring the CDs. And special shout out to Kofi. I'm saying this answer because I know our people have had a really good experience with you. How do I know? Because they call and they tell me. Candace calls me every time she touches ground. And from which she started to what her experience is now. And the key to all of this is for us to start having really good experiences and for us to unify and begin to demand. All of this stuff didn't happen 20 years ago. I'm so happy. The reason why I agreed to this is because we didn't have this product. It really was like a search and find. No such thing as check the checker. And right now, the real estate people are the Uber people, the people that pick you up from the airport and take you to the party. That's y'all. And I have to tell people, don't tell me nothing about you fell in love with the Uber driver. Don't tell you nothing about they taking you to see that house. That's not the way it's going to work. This is the reality of happening. So when people say that to December, they are talking about us returning. Don't let them sugarcoat it. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not even talking, my guy is from Dominican Republic. We haven't even touched our Latino brothers and sisters that Colombia that really want to come back. We're still dealing with New York, Houston, and Los Angeles. And Afro tell us 50,000 people coming. Those are my fraternity brothers, Ken and what's his name? Abdul. You understand? So I didn't mean to dominate this, but there were some things that I wanted to say that these numbers that everybody's projecting is about us returning, and we have got to do this smarter. And that is the contribution. I warned them before I came what I was going to say into this market. Stop doing this 1-1-1-1, going and buying these apartments because what you don't see is the stench. You buy a nice apartment, you can't see the smell, you can't see that it's waterlogged. And my last thing is when it's water, look for the vegetation around the plants alone will tell you if the place is waterlogged. Because there's only certain plants in Ghana that grow over this water. So I'm done and I won't talk anymore. I give the floor to
So thank you so much for sharing that. So we'll continue with the same vein, but really around the mistakes. So you shared about the waterlogging. Actually, can we bring up, there was when I was in my presentation, there was a free guide that was to let people know about. There's certain tips I highly advise. One of those are checking around waterlogging issues as well. Do you bring up that so people can scan that for the free guide and things for you to check when you're looking to buy property? But Jaden, you've invested significantly here in Ghana as well, Airbnb market and so on and so forth. Share maybe some quick gems as well, some sort of mistakes that you've made and maybe how you overcame those mistakes as well.
Okay, so I do come from a real estate background and I have a lot of family who are into real estate. So Gold Key Properties is owned by my uncle. Ladies Properties is owned by my uncle. My dad owns a lot of properties.
Must be nice.
So coming from the UK, I thought it was going to be simple because you see all these people doing up 10 houses, 20 houses, 50 houses. I thought, yeah, you know what, when I come back,
the systems that are working in the UK is going to be as simple as that as working here in Ghana. When you get here, you realize the systems are crazy. It takes so long, and speed is expensive. Speed is expensive. If you want your stuff done, it's expensive to get it done. But we had to find so many routes to get stuff done. I mean, there are a lot of challenges back then. Now, because I've been in the game for quite a long time, it's easier to navigate because you have other people helping you out. You have people to look up to. You experience certain things, and I mean, experiences stay with you forever. So these are some of the things that I would encourage all of you to do: is note down your experiences, try to make a lot of friends, network a lot, because those are what will carry you all the way to the end. Building in Ghana is easy if you make it easy. If you make it difficult, it will stress you out. I'm not gonna lie. Because building here in Ghana, I've closed about 45 properties now. Wow. And I've got the opportunity to meet the CEO of Airbnb, Brian Chesky, in Dubai. And back then I was doing Airbnb like crazy. And I got to a point, I mentioned to Lorraine, I used to have the most Airbnb properties in Ghana. Because I wasn't just managing my properties, I have 45 properties to manage, and I'm very young. I'm the youngest person here. If I met, I'm 26. So it's thinking quite a while to get there. But if I have close to 50 properties under my name, my parents, my friends, I manage the properties and stuff like all these. I'm managing all the Airbnb. So I have close to 100 and something properties listed on my account. So it was tight to behold for the Airbnb team when they came to Ghana. I got to meet them, take them around. So you deal with a lot of things, and it's good to be honest and be truthful with people. Let them know, if I can't do this, I can't do this. Like, don't stress yourself. The money may look nice. I've got so many offers. I wish I could have accepted those offers back in the day. Some offers look too good to be true. If you see that there's some red flags, just pull it out. Because it's gonna be a long day. You don't want that headache, you don't want that stress. But in the end, Ghana is the best place to invest, I wouldn't lie. I happened to meet some team members from Mr. Beach. Some of you know Mr. Beach from YouTube, who is doing crazy stuff here in the Cocoa scene. You should ask yourself, why are they all coming to Ghana? Like, what is the reason for them coming to Ghana? That means there's something here that they're all seeing. And if you are lucky to be here and the tutelage of Lorraine and all these other panelists and Fidelity Bank, I wish I bank with, so guys, see me after. It's a wonderful place to be in. Ghana is amazing, everything, and we can see the change. It's going up. Like, if you with the new government that's coming, all that type of stuff, there's changes that's going to happen. So if you're going to sink your money in Ghana, and you will not regret it. There's so many developers here. Because I won't say come and invest with me. If you want to bring your money, we'll do the best thing we can for you. But Ghana is the best place to be, and I wouldn't talk much because you don't have time. I'm going to pass it on to my German brothers.
So in my case, I do quite practical one, and it's about mindset shift, and also being more flexible. What I mean by that, I think around 2017, 2018, I had the chance to buy an apartment at MZ Gardens. So it was quite good. It was actually the second phase for me, the first phase. And I was there by myself, still younger, maybe around your age. The thing is that back then, obviously coming there with my German mindset, I was looking for the contracts. I was thinking like, this doesn't sound like ownership, because back then I wasn't aware about what it means to sublease or leasing property here in Ghana, because I was thinking I'm paying a lot of money, even up front, but I don't own anything, because having something for 50 or 90 years, and if you're a good citizen, you lease it, you don't own it. So that was for me a concept that I couldn't understand. It was more like, doesn't make sense. That maybe are they trying to rip me off or anything? And back then, the mistake was that I wasn't reaching out to anybody. So if the rent would have been there, I would check with them, would you like, is it normal practice, something like that? And would say, yes, it's normal. I would feel more confident. I would have actually go through with the purchase. But then, obviously, I declined it because for me, with the German mindset, knowing that what is ownership, what is leasing, and also contracts, and obviously there are some things like you have to pay service charges, $200, and I say what is included. They say no. If you agree to this contract, you're agreeing to other 3 different contracts, which we finalize after the completion. So a lot of blackbox which I wasn't aware of, and for me, the German was like, no, I don't need that. But then again, because the person said it should be a mistake, I think I should have done it, because then again, as soon as you can still go forward. And also that's why I did it, I think 2 years, 2 years ago. Then I brought something in Heritage, Aburi, and also other places, because then I was more confident that I know that it's a common practice, and yeah, that's what I wanted to share with you. If you do a first time purchase, I mean, now you have the way you're here, so obviously you're already aware about where you can look and what experience can take of others. But try to be more flexible and shift your mindset, because obviously it doesn't mean that because it's different in the country where you're living, it doesn't mean that it's strange in Ghana. And also what I learned that it's also one thing, because you said your words were if you need speed, then you have to pay more. And the thing is, sometimes, yeah, but sometimes here in Africa and Ghana, it's called bribery or something.
Straight to the point. Okay,
And again, looking on it, when you have to think about Germany, there's something you sell faster. You just also pay the same money to get it faster. So I mean, another day it's the same thing. So that's why sometimes you need to shift your thinking for that. That you know the money so.
So much. Thank you, Jane.
I think for me, it's because I started buying my first property in 2021, 2022. And I came in with a mindset of I'm going to buy something of 50,000 euros. That was my thoughts. And I had to change my expectations very quickly, because I came in with, hey, this is Ghana, this is Africa, it should be very cheap. That was the thought I came here with. So I think that's what I want to give you guys, that, how do you say it? That information, to be very aware of what you're getting in Ghana. Don't come here with a mindset of, oh, this is Ghana and Africa, so we cheap. It's way higher than you think. But it's worth it. I would say that. It's worth it if you want to buy something. I'm not saying you can't buy anything for 50,000 though, but I think I'm going to buy for 50,000 in prime areas. I wanted Labone, Cantonment Airport for 50,000. That was not realistic. So yeah, that's what I learned in the past previous experiences. And what I also want to tell you guys is that know people, talk to people. Because what I experience is when you're looking for a painter, somebody will say, okay, today they'll come, and they won't come, they'll disappoint you. So it's good to know somebody else who you can call immediately and have people around you who are reliable, and create a team around you of people who have also experienced what you have experienced. And you can only do that by talking to people, get to know more people who have done what you want to do. So I think that will really help me going through all of this procedure.
Here, because you're not twice as able and stuff, political thinking we do as well. Now you have a particularly unique story. Well, I don't want to say it's unique, actually, it's quite common, it's quite common, but it would be great if you could just shed some light on you don't have to mention the developer's name, but you can shed some light.
I don't mind at all. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but growing up, I watched my mom, come into Ghana, buying property. She's gonna build this house in Winneba. And every time she would come, she would be so stressed out because something's going on with the land. She has to go back to land commission. She has to go talk to the chief. So when I got to a certain age, I said, I'm not gonna go through that. I'm just going to go to Ghana. I'll find my townhouse and I'll buy it in the city, right? So spoke to a bunch of people. I know people here. I'm like, I'm looking for a townhouse. Everyone has a suggestion. You should buy this. You should buy. So I found this beautiful, plot over in Jolu. They were building 12 townhouses. When I went, they were like, listen, we're almost sold out. You're getting the last one. Best deal. Of course I want it. Gave them 5,000 that day. And went back home. I was showing my mom the brochure. And in my mind, these townhouses are going to look just like marketing materials, right? I'm showing all of my girlfriends. Like, when I moved to Ghana, this is where I'm living. They were like, what? This is in Ghana? Yes, my rooftop with a pergola. It was everything I dreamed of. Then they started building, and then I stopped hearing from them. And I was like, huh, okay. So then my uncle went by. He was like, yeah, that land in Jolu, it looks the exact same when you left. And a year later, because I'm still like, I'm giving myself 3 years. I don't plan on moving to Ghana for another 3 years. And they're sending us emails. These are the updates. This is what's happening. We're doing land development. Needless to say, 3 years I come, the place looks exactly the same, right? Like now they have some breaks up, but it was still absolutely nothing. If you drive by the place today, it looks the exact same. So what happened, and everyone was like, no, Earl Beam is a good, they've been in the market for 30 years. They know the father. So what no one was expecting was the father left the company to his eldest son, but then another son felt like he should have had the property. So then he took his brother to court. Now they're having internal battles with the family, and now no one can build on the land. Yeah. So all of us who dumped our money in there, and mind you, I was still in corporate America. I didn't have that money to just give away. We all lost the money. And apparently, what I didn't know, they had maybe 4 other properties that they were still selling while they were going through this process. People were putting their money into those properties that weren't even touched. At least with us, we have a structure up, right? Like the structure is in my name. I don't know what I do with it, but at least we have that. There are other people, they were just literally buying plots, thinking that they were investing in a home that they were going to be able to live in, or they were investing in, some sort of like apartment complex that they'll be able to live in. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And I mean, they still have their building right on the the Bush Highway. And they're like, if you want, your company can come in, you can move your office to our building for free until, the rent reaches the amount that you've given us for your townhouse. It's such foolishness that you would never hear anywhere else in the world. But also, that was my inclination to talk to an attorney before I did anything else, because I was making an emotional buy. I was very excited at this idea that I'll have a townhouse in Jolu and all the things. But after I went to my attorney and to the contractor, like, how can we sue? She was like, my dear, we'll be in court for 10 years. It's been lost cause, right? And also in their contract, they did have a clause in there that said something about they're not responsible for the vendors that might be delayed, right? So like if they have a plumber that's delaying the process, then that means the entire process is delayed, and they're not responsible for keeping the correct timeline. But even though it's 6 years later, at this point, they can still say, well, we're delayed because of XYZ, and it just won't hold up. All the little, I didn't even know to ask those kind of questions, right? Like, you don't know what you don't know. And without having an attorney who's actually in this market, because I had my attorney in America look at it, and she's like, yeah, that's standard, She's not from here. She doesn't understand that, like, the processes here don't quite work anywhere else, right? So anyway, that was my horror story. Wow. Nightmare. So
any question? I think because we're against time, we're probably going to open up for questions actually. But I think before we open up, can you just answer if you were going to do it differently? So you said you had an attorney here, but let me ask my question in two parts. A, you're still investing in Ghana, right? And then B, what you learned from that situation to allow you to invest more smartly now.
Absolutely. So to your point, that was the first horror story. I had 2 Airbnbs that are doing really well. I bought a plot of land in Chado, doing really well.
Today we're picking up Chado.
I know. Today is Chado land.
Today is about
But the biggest difference, I don't make a decision without my attorney. It doesn't. I send her my receipts at this point. Like, take a look at your receipt. Doesn't make sense. But my attorney, she looks at every single contract. She asks all the questions that I never thought to ask. Even when it looks like such a great deal, she's like, let's pause and wait. And she always uncovers something that I just would not have known, right? I don't suggest doing anything here without talking to the right attorney, because some people are like, I talked to an attorney and they weren't that great. Another thing is, I don't work with people who I'm not referred to. And even taking referrals, I have to trust that the person has the same high level standards that I do. So I'm not just taking anybody's referral. What you might think is luxury or great is probably not what I think it is. So I literally have like maybe 5 people who I'm like, who is your painter? Okay, perfect. Then I'll take that person too. Who do you work with on this? Okay, then I trust your opinion. And outside of that, I'm not doing it.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I really appreciate that. Let's open up for questions. I heard the sound effects in the room. So I think we're going to ask some questions to the panelists. Each of them have had experience, and that's why the reason why I thought it was important to create a panel like this. The individuals can really share their experiences, like we've heard from here, we've heard from me, Kosingama, and so on and so forth. So we have some questions already, so maybe we could take one of these mics, Kweku, if you don't mind, and we can answer some questions as we wrap up. So I appreciate we've gone over time slightly.
Hey, hello again. Thank you very much for the panel and for sharing your experiences. That's really, really insightful. I have a question to the young gentleman, the 45 in the properties. So, what I would be quite interested to understand are occupancy rates. And since you've seen the market for some years, how they might have also changed over the years, given the developments here, tourists coming in, or maybe lesser, or just more properties being on the market, therefore occupancy rates going down. I'm asking this question because we had a lot of calculations with occupancy rates about 6%, 65%, etc. But that one variable actually decides if a property would be interesting for me or not. So I'd like to understand that a bit better.
Thank you for the question. So with my team and how I run my properties on Airbnb, it's segregated. We have some properties that go straight on Airbnb, and we have ones that we do not list on Airbnb at all. So with my team in Ghana, we know their lean season and their high seasons. January December is a high season, summer is a high season, and during Easter and all of these periods are high seasons, right? But what that happens when you have that 35% of no one being in your property, what happens then? That's when you have the Ghanaian walk-in clients. We tell them as walk-in clients. So we have a lot of Ghanaians that when you come in, so one thing I would recommend if anyone has an Airbnb is try to take contacts of these people who come and stay in your properties. Because checking up on them, I just remind them, you know what, let me just come stay in your property for 2 days, 3 days. And that reduces your 35% that you're not getting when you want to stay in your property to 25%. And you're making that little bread. Do you know what I mean? So with my team, we do a lot of follow-ups on all our clients that come in, both Airbnb and all the walking clients. So a structure is always reach out to them. Each one, even if it's just a message, just shoot them a message, let them know that, we're still here in case you need anything. And that reminds me, because someone may have reached out on the phone call and said, I'm coming to Ghana, I'm coming to Accra for a week for the funeral or whatever. Oh, you know what? Duo Tree Homes reached out last week. I've stayed with them before. Their properties are wonderful. Here's our contact. And that's a walking client. That's not even Airbnb. And you've that extra 3 Monday or Thursday to Sunday that you're going to get empty, and you're still paying your caretakers and your staff to go tidy up the place. You've got that money there that covers up for that 1 week that you're losing totally. So that's how my business, we run everything when it comes to occupancy rates. So normally with our occupancy rates, we're looking at, because December, I think I mentioned to you already, that from August I was booked for December. I didn't have any properties left. So when that comes in, I know, Lorraine has got a property, I'm going to reach out to Lorraine, or that has a property, I'm going to reach out to them, because I've probably also stayed in someone else's property before, and the fact that they reached out and how they treated me was good will make me want to recommend them to someone else. So that's how we sort of get everything rounded up with everybody's property. So that's what we basically. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for
Hey guys, thanks again for all your time and all the information. I have a question for Danita. Based on your experience, what could you have done differently with a lawyer in that example? Because I would have done probably the same, using a lawyer from the US. The person was trusted, the developer was trusted, he just had some family issues that came up last minute. So was there something that the lawyers could have been adding to the contract that would have kind of saved you from this experience? And additionally, for the other panelists as well, I'm looking at the dunes, the Clifton Homes, I'm looking at buying beachfront, but everyone keeps saying that it's the first beachfront and people are gonna wait to see what happens after. So should I be waiting to see what happens after too? Or this is off plan, so I'm just curious what your thoughts are on buying something that's, I'm hearing people say they're waiting to see what's gonna happen after.
So after speaking to the attorney, first of all, I would have had an attorney here, not in America. Like I would have hired someone here in the market, and had her review the contract before I even paid that 5,000 down. Right. So like I paid the 5,000 and then 30 days later I paid, I think 30%. So there was a substantial amount of money that was lost before talking to a professional. I would have never done that. And then even after just going through many contracts with her at this point, just all of the different clauses that immediately jump out at me now that I see that they've added, where they're taking so much responsibility off of themselves just in case something goes wrong, right? So whenever you're looking at the contracts for the heritage or whatever is like the sexy product at this point, make sure you're looking for all of those little clauses that just take responsibility off of them. If it's delayed, if something goes wrong, asking a lot of questions about what is it? Like any sort of clause, the track record, right? So something like Embassy Gardens, you know that they've built something before, you can guarantee they probably will build the same or similar. Even if it's 6 months delayed, that's normal in the market. A year delayed is not normal, right? So I was just like, oh, it's gonna. No, a year delayed is not normal. So anything over 6 months, you start, and you should start reaching back out to your attorney, like, hey, what does it look like for me to get my money back? Or even just holding back some of the money. I was so excited. I was like, I can get more than 30%. Take all my money. I would never do that again.
Like if she can help you cross out that clause.
Oh yes. So there's a period where you negotiate, right?
Okay.
I didn't do any of that. So she literally will call their people and say, my client's not doing this, not doing this. It doesn't matter what Lorraine's contract looks like. My attorney is going to go back for me and say, I don't care what anyone else in the building is negotiating. Davita will not be paying the monthly fees, or she won't be paying it. So absolutely.
Yeah, right. Great point. So typically a developer will give you an SPA, so sales and purchase agreement. So like you said, it could be everybody else can get a standard SPA, but your lawyer could potentially negotiate some clauses for you specifically in that SPA, and then holding back the money, like we shared earlier on, Mr. Razak from Fidelity Bank shared that they have escrow accounts. So you can then negotiate with the developer to say, we want to pay through escrow, meaning that certain milestones, so for example, the Shell and Core needs to be built before you release this amount. Now this needs to be done before you release this amount. So doing it through an escrow account helps protect your finances that way as well to do that. So I think all of us have shared the fact that because we've gone through some of the experiences, there's things that we didn't know, right? On your point of the beachfront property, you're joining our beachfront tour on Tuesday, so we can share more about that. But one, Clifton, the Dunes, they produced Embassy Gardens, which Jeff have invested in as well. So again, they've got a reputation, they've got a lot at stake as well. They are one of the first for the beachfront in that location, but we're going to go and see other beachfront as well. So there are other developers that have built beachfront as well. So we look forward to having you, as well as anybody else who wants to join us for the real estate tour, the beachfront properties on Tuesday, I believe. Any other good also question?
Yes.
Okay.
He's gonna meet this brother, and then we'll give it to the sister.
So yourself, and then okay, go ahead.
Yes. To have such a panel of professionals and business owners. Prior to 2020, why didn't you think to hire a private building inspector to come in to make sure that the checks are being done week to week, or that the site was being properly constructed, throughout the construction process? I'm interested because a lot of times when I speak with my clients, it's after the fact. And they come from markets where they know that there's building inspectors. They wouldn't dare do a purchase of property without it. I'm just wondering what is going on here where we come into this market and we're not hiring.
Yes, I was.
I'm thinking I was this week.
Okay, thank you for the question. I have a few things to say, but to answer your question, we come from markets where it's illegal to do otherwise. There's a system in place that you can't really buy that property unless there's an inspection and it's a part of the sales purchase process. It doesn't even go any further until you get an inspector. It's not that people don't get inspectors. Here's a space that you can just you can pay someone and they give you the paperwork and they've never seen. I think it's a short story. My cousin is a builder in Atlanta. Evander Holyfield's property. I think some of you from Atlanta, Cascades. He's built one of the biggest properties. He came here
because I was building a school in the Ashanti region as part of social NGO work, right? And I called them and I said, they said I need to buy so many bags of concrete. He said, listen, I'll be there on Monday. This is back when Buddy Passes was good. So he came on Monday. He fired everybody on my site. He went, and then my cousin had been coming to Ghana since he's 16. He could speak the language. He used to come as a Jehovah's Witness building kingdom halls back in the day. So he came, he fired everybody. He put in my what do you call it? The second way. Yes, he put in the bathroom sewer system in like 3 days. And everyone in the community was like, whoa, they never seen it done so fast. Quick facts, he was there and his friends called him from Atlanta to check on their properties. I drove in him. This is Blue Moon Hotel in Kanango. Back in the day, it was one of the first hotels in that area. He went there and they was building something. And he asked the builder how many iron rods did they use? And he said 3. And he said 4. And my cousin said, nah, I don't believe them. My cousin went and broke it open and only seen 3. Called his I call him Uncle Yao, and told them to stop the project because he doesn't want a situation where the building is going to fall down. So it hasn't really been standardized yet in the system. So that is what I'll say. The other thing I wanted to say is I want to be clear, we are the victims. So our lived experiences are very important to your purchasing process. Talk to people, stay in community, stay on code. Unfortunately, when people get scammed, there's a healing process. Because nobody wants to tell somebody you can tell your girl, look at this, and now all of a sudden you get
And
quiet.
today they're like, is that where you're living? Yeah. I'm like, sweet, don't ask me that.
Nobody wants to share that painful process that you just lost that money, but we're doing a better job of coming forward and sharing our stories so that the next person doesn't have to make the same mistake. So be clear that our lived experiences is your number one data source. That is it.
Okay, we've got time for just 2 more questions. We keep the answers pretty brief, please. It's great. We've got networking drinks after, so we want to keep the conversation going. Okay, we're going to be at Corpse, who are sponsoring our after party drinks. So please go ahead. One drink, by the way.
One drink.
Yeah, one drink.
It ain't working.
No, nobody's hearing.
Cool. First of all, let's thank you for saying the person's name.
Oh, you're welcome. Please. Drop me.
Oh no.
I want to know how do I join the African American National?
Thank you. I'd be happy to share that with you after. I'll give you the website. She can tell you right there.
I was telling them.
Yeah.
And I need your information.
Absolutely, bro.
I'm like, yeah.
Amazing.
And where are you from?
South Carolina.
I heard it's South.
Amazing. Okay, our final question.
Hi. My name is Alice Gray. I'm from Little Rock.
Hey, Little Rock.
I became a citizen last year.
Congratulations.
Also a party, and I was there for 30 years. But even though I tried the property cases there for years, and so I knew what the attorney was talking about earlier. But one thing I keep hearing when I started reading about the property issues and disputes, that they are worse in the Accra area. And so I want to know from the experts whether that's true or not. And whether it's true because there are just more people here, but someone said it has something to do with the way that the records being kept. The other thing I've always been concerned about here is that I really don't like the idea of leasing. Putting a lot of money in leasing, because we here sitting here, even if as a citizen, I can lease for 99 years, I don't know what's going to be going on for 99 years. I'm not here. And how do we protect this $200,000 and $300,000 or $500,000 we put into something that's on somebody else's property for our children? But the first question is it a little worse in Accra because of the way records are kept here. Is that true?
Brilliant. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. I think earlier on we had Kwame, I think he's left, but he was sharing a little bit about the situation here in Ghana, and especially that in Ghana, in the court systems, over 60% of court cases are to do with land litigation issues right now, right? So it's really, really quite high. Accra does have a high population, of course, of what's going on in there. But it's not isolated in Accra. There are locations like Pram Pram, other spaces that also do have these challenges. But primarily in Accra, because of the way the land situation or land tenure is set up, you cannot own, for example, in Accra, freehold property, right? There is government land, there is private land, family land, but you can't transfer over a freehold. Only potentially outside of Accra, there are also freeholds as well. But I think I prefer somebody from the legal space, normally who I prefer to speak on this topic, that there is specific information that's out there, and he holds the data around how many court cases there are concerning land litigation in Accra and also outside of Accra. He actually holds that data. So what I can do is connect him with you. Okay, Jeff will also share about this as well. But Jeff,
because I'm going to be biased.
Somebody said, somebody said, take the checker. So obviously, I'm sharing with you what please validate what I'm saying. Because I just came from a workshop in Germany, because there was somebody from the Land Commission, and he explained to us that in Accra and I think they are running on a different system than the other cities. And that's why there's a difficulty with documentation. And also right now they're in the process to digitize every records. And the issue is that as of now, the records are not that, obviously, they're very complex. And if you, for example, go to Accra and pinpoint the location on Google Maps, maybe it doesn't, it's the same location as in the records. So that's why it's very tricky to really identify which is the right plot and which belongs to what, and from where the plot stands. That's why it's very tricky in Accra and Tema. But in other places, it's not that difficult, and I think also all those cases are basically in Accra mainly, but not in other places.
one more question. Just
She had a part two.
she had a part two. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Really quickly, there's something that's not being said here. When you buy land, I can speak to the Ashanti region. You don't really deal with lands commission. You go to the palace, you buy your land, you get a receipt, because we know who the owner is in Ashanti region. Why are we?
I mean, they said it, but officially you're right wing student, so they can say, but then again, if the land commission not into it, then obviously if there are complaints, you can do anything.
Part of it is because we don't settle land disputes really in the Ashanti region in the courts.
It's the first stage is obviously the custody, because the custody is always on level one, and then the second level is this, but because we are diaspora, obviously, then always goes to the second place.
I told you I'm biased. So
But this is other thing I want to address, and it's important for Afro descendants to understand this. Just like Native Americans in America, and when you come to Africa, this concept of private property is really a European construct. In Africa, the idea is that the land is there. It's for us to use it, to eat, to provide shelter. It's not for someone to kind of personally own and put in their bosom and keep it forever. So outside of all of the law and the legal, there's this idea that land is for each and every person to use. Let your children use it. But this idea that you can just own it and no one else, we need to leave John Locke and Rousseau and all of these people out of the picture when we come here. So that's this other thing that is not being said. But this idea, like private property, is really a European construct.
We've got time for just one more, and then we'll wrap up. So I can see we've gone considerably over time. Okay. Then what we'll do, we'll take this to the networking drinks. We'll take this over to the networking drinks. But can we give our panelists a big round of applause? And also, thank you so much for making our panel today, and also making this reality come true. And that's the reason why I do what I do, because I really don't want our fellow brothers and sisters to experience what we've been through. And you said it very right. Some of us will shy away when we experience the problems. And I think it's important that we have the voice, we have a story, we have a platform that we can actually share our stories, so we can also, as a community, build together as well. So thank you so much for being so transparent as well.
I know you're supposed to close, but I have to give you guys props because I have never shared that information in a public setting in over 20 years. Nobody knows what I own and what I do. They just see me kind of move it. But this is the first time I've been to a space that you guys have brought everybody to the table that you need. So I'm telling the members here that I'm standing on this. I know where I can find him. I'm eventually going to find her actual address. But this is the first time they've had they even have this onsite here as I apologize. Tell me, teach me. I'm cool. Thank you. I've been saying this wrong all the time. But they have the mortgage person here. Years ago, we didn't have this product in the system. For us, it's a relatively new system. So please take advantage of, let me see your name, Diaspora to Home, and please take advantage of the Zillow in Africa. We know Zillow and we know Tulio. Please do not leave here because this is the first time and this is why I agreed to be here and stand on my name, that I'm saying all of trustworthy people that are really trying to bring a product that makes it easier for us. So I wanted to say that and thank you for this.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. We'll take a quick picture with Miss Alka as well. And we also have Lady Denta here as well, who's also opening up the conversation for the diaspora space as well. Thank you so much for joining us as well. But we are going to wrap up, so we'll take a very quick picture. We're going to head over to Corks for drinks as well very shortly. We'll take a very quick picture. We're going to enjoy the pictures, and then we will be wrapping up with final words.
Hey, you did good. You guys see Kamisha? She's looking for a house. Kamisha, say hi.
Where's the tour?
And she has money on. She coming here.
Not too much.
Okay. Small. Thank you. Let me tell you a lot of people that have money. Go ahead. Ready, Wayne? Here. I was going to say that the people that are very serious at looking at
That's the Barbados next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please wait, just one more item.
But how you been?
We really want to just thank Lorraine and these gentlemen here. Give them a few words as well. I think just been inspired by what Lorraine has been doing in the community. And decided that we would like to create this image here for Lorraine. So let's give her a round of applause. We have a great Aburi to present it to her. So please take a photo as well. Yeah, thank you.
Alex Sima there. Incredible. But not, I'll do it on fun. Oh, how? Wait.
Okay, excellent, everybody. Please scan if you want to join the tour. I will also send.
You can find out about him, too.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, please say a little bit about yourself.
Mr. Hanson.
My name is.
Happy New Year.
So you're starting with this celebrate artists sports KB. Celebrate artists, not sports KB. Thank you so much.
I'll get his Instagram and I'll send it to everybody here. It is beautiful work. Wow. Another photo with just here, right? Wow. So, as I said, we'll all be at Quartz, right? Come get an espresso, martini. Oh, that's
Thank yous. I know it's been a long day. We started at 12, and there's a number of thank yous that we need to give to people. Especially, we give it up to our hosts, Fidelity Bank. Thank you so much for the second time as well. We appreciate all the support. We've also had a father and folks as well who supported this program. We've had Goldie Community from Germany as well. Thank you, Goldie. Property Data Hub, United Spa, we've had Petra, Old Mutual, Asmera Living, we're going to in Aburi as well. Petra, we're going to Gold Key Property, who were here earlier on in the day. And we have Seso Group, who are getting fantastic awards as well. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. You deserve this. That should be done. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you very much.
We on tour. Any extra notes on Monday? The meeting point is 8 a.m. You can know what airport Shell is. There's a fuel station that is called Shell, which is closest to airport. So that is where we're going to be meeting at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the respective schools. So all the details are here. Please make sure you registered or communicate with Quick or myself. At 8 a.m. every single day, we'll be going to the hands up again. Who's joining us on Monday? Monday? Okay, who's joining us on Tuesday? Tuesday, who's joining us on Wednesday? Aburi, where's my Aburi people at? Aburi, okay, and on Thursday, the night. Okay, amazing. So we'll see you at Shell on Monday. Also sponsored. Please, let me get some video. Let me get some video. Where's the video? We were also sponsored by Dizzy Jollof, who are sponsored the food as well for the tour. So we appreciate and a shout out. I have a shout out our food sponsors, Dizzy Jollof, who sponsored this as well. You get 10% off at Dizzy Jollof by heading over to them. Anybody here get 10% off by getting food at Dizzy Jollof as well. So thank you to us. As well as the Real Estate Agency Council, the Aspen Affairs Office. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you. Get some numbers.
Annalise around. We're heading to Cork, so we'll see Annalise. Annalise is over there. Please follow Annalise. We don't have any buses, so where you can go, you can go. We'll see ourselves at Cork, okay? Everyone.
Hey, I'm glad you're winning now.
Let's go.